Hey, good evening. Welcome to the first Design Review Board meeting of 2022. The Design Review Board public meeting of January 13th, 2022 is now called to order. Due to the COVID-19 novel coronavirus and the health recommendations from the Los Angeles County Health Department, this Design Review Board meeting is being conducted virtually with no members of the public present. The public is encouraged to watch and participate from the safety of their homes. The Design Review Board meeting is being broadcast live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable Channel 6, and on AT&T UVerse Channel 99. Meetings are also streamed live in high definition on the city's webpage at www.glendaleca.gov, that's gov/live, also on youtube.com/myglendale, and on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire devices using a free app called ScreenWeave and choosing Glendale TV from the menu. Meetings are also archived on the city's website for viewing anytime at www.glendaleca.gov/agendas. For public comments and questions during this meeting, please call 818-937-8100. Again, that telephone number is 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Current Design Review Board agendas and staff reports with attachments are available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. Records of decisions for all projects heard this evening will be posted online on the Planning Division's website. Please note that any appeal of a case heard today must be filed within 15 calendar days of the Design Review Board decision date. The appeal application is also available online. Next is roll call. Board Member Minas.
Present.
Board Member Simonian.
Present.
Board Member Chagayan.
Present.
And Chair Welch.
Here.
Reports regarding posting of the agenda. The agenda for the January 13th, 2022 regular meeting of the Glendale Design Review Board was posted on January 10th, 2022 on the bulletin board outside City Hall and on the city's website on January 7th, 2022. Next on the agenda is approval of the Design Review Board minutes from December 9th, 2021. Is there a motion to approve the minutes or any comments beforehand?
I move to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
A second.
Board Member Karominas?
Yeah, I seconded, yeah.
Yes, okay, it just needs to be yes. Board Member Chagayan?
Do I vote or I abstain, right? Because I was absent.
That's right, you were absent. I apologize then. I'm seeing this. No. Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
And Chair Welch?
Yes.
Okay, the minutes pass 3-0. Next on the agenda is the election of the new chairperson for the year. So I would like to extend a great thank you to Chair Welch as the outgoing chair. You did a phenomenal job, especially with some rather trying cases and trying meetings. So thank you very much for your service to the board.
Thank you.
And you will be hard to follow in your footsteps. But with that said, is there a motion or a nomination for the new chair for 2022? Board Member
I'd like to
Yes?
recommend Art Simonian to be the next chair. And I really appreciate Chair Welch's effort, tireless year last year, and his input on all the projects. I personally have learned a lot from him, his character, handling of the meetings, and knowledge on different subjects, from architectural to other stuff. So I really appreciate your services, Chair Welch.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And again, considering arts background in architecture and his past experience as chair of the Design Review Board, I'd like to nominate him to be the next chair in 2022.
Thank you. And before we begin the process of voting, I would like to just point out that Board Member Simonian, I know that you have served long and hard on this board for a number of years, and your term is actually up in June 2022. So if you are elected, you would only be serving half a year. So I'm not sure if that is something the board would like to consider. But with that said, is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Okay. In terms of a roll call, Board Member Chagayan,
Yes.
Board Member Minas,
Yes.
Board Member Simonian.
Yes.
Thank you. And Chair Welch.
Yes, although I was almost expecting a no there from Art, but yes, of course.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations to our new chair, Chair Simonian. At this point in time, I will not be turning over the meeting just quite yet, since we do have a few items on the agenda, but congratulations. And again, thank you very much to our outgoing chair, Board Member Welch. So.
And Ms. Zimitaitis, I wanted to take a moment and really also thank Board Member Welsh. I thought he did a phenomenal job during this last year. It was not easy chairing us during COVID while everything was happening remotely. And I echo Mr. Minas's, Board Member Minas's comments in that there were just so many moments when the public had poignant comments, questions, observations, etc. And it was wonderful to see the way that Board Member Welsh was able to navigate through all those complex issues, ask staff the pertinent questions, address the specific, comments, concerns, etc. And so that was refreshing. And I thought it was just so refreshing to have a chair of that caliber. So thank you, Mr. Welsh.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda would be oral communication. This would be limited to items not a part of this agenda. I am looking at, we do not have any callers for oral communication. Next up would be board and commission member comments. Any comments from the board? None. This brings us to old business. We have no items under old business, and under our new business calendar, we have three projects on this evening's agenda. So at this point, I can either turn it over to our new chair, Chair Simonian, or
No, it'd be great if staff could just continue and go right into the next presentation, please. Thank you.
great. Thank you. Since that would be me, actually. The next item on tonight, or the first item on tonight's agenda, is actually a new high-rise project in the Downtown Specific Plan Gateway District. I will be bringing up and sharing a PowerPoint presentation, but before I do, I'd just like to explain to the board and to our viewing audience that this is a project that is coming before the Design Review Board for advisory review. In 2020, City Council adopted a number of amendments regarding the Downtown Specific Plan. Some of those were objective design standards as they relate to building design and publicly accessible open space. Another amendment was to have the Design Review Board provide comments and feedback before a Downtown Specific Plan project goes to the City Council for final design review. So this is the first project under this new system and new process that the Design Review Board is reviewing for comments, for advisory comments to the City Council that will be presented at a later date for their final design review consideration. So that said, I would like to start the slideshow, and forgive me, I'm going to. If you can see this. So again, before you is an advisory review project. The project location is 620 North Brand Boulevard and 625 North Maryland Avenue. The project consists of maintaining, preserving the existing 6-story bank building located at 620 North Brand, demolishing the existing parking garage and a 2-story office building that fronts Maryland at 625 North Maryland Avenue, and constructing a new 24-story, 294-unit high-rise building. And this would be only on the easterly half of the property because the existing bank building is to be maintained. The project provides parking in compliance with our code, and this would include replacement parking for the commercial bank building. And the project also includes a very sizable, publicly accessible open space at the fronting Brand Boulevard. You'll note that the project site here on the screen is located on the northerly side of Brand Boulevard, just south of the 134 freeway on-ramp. It is a through block between Brand and Maryland, north of East Oran. The neighboring parcels all along Brand Boulevard are zoned downtown specific plan, and this allows for a maximum 275-foot height and 7.25 FAR, and this would be by right. And with incentives through the community benefit program, that can go up to 380 feet and a 7.25 FAR. So this is the densest and highest, or I should say the buildings with the highest height limits allowed in the downtown specific plan and in the city in general. So these are just a few photograph images of the adjoining properties. Again, this is an aerial view, and you can see some of the taller buildings that are surrounding it, and this would include the Monterey Towers just north of there, the condominium building. There's the California Credit Union to the north as well. The building across the street, 600 North Brand, the U.S. building, and the 550 North Brand Boulevard buildings just to the south. The tallest building in Glendale right now is the Glendale Plaza, which used to be called the Unum Provident Building, and this is on Central Avenue. That has an overall height of 353 feet, and it's followed by the Nestle Building to the north of the freeway at 292 feet. And just to the south, the building that I'm circling right now, the 550 North Brand Boulevard, is also at 275. So it is in a context, neighboring context of high-rise commercial buildings. Before here you now, you see the existing site plan. The former Home Savings and Loan Tower is highlighted in blue, and this will continue to anchor its site as it has since its completion. It was built in 1969. It was the first tall building built at the northern edge of the downtown Glendale, and it still, served as a reminder and marker for the city's downtown drivers and pedestrians, but especially the drivers along that then new Ventura Freeway. This would be the 625. It's the 2-story building that's going to be demolished on Maryland Avenue, and the parking garage with 163 parking spaces now that is fronting Maryland Avenue. So the 2 buildings that will be demolished. Here you see the project site looking east. You'll note that on the left-hand side, you'll see the existing Chase/Coldwell Bank building, 6 stories, again addressed as 620 North Brand. There is also the U.S. Bank building at 600 North Brand Boulevard on the right-hand side. Both of these projects actually have been identified as potential historic resources in the 2019 South Glendale Historic Resources Survey, and therefore are considered historic resources under the California Environmental Quality Act. So both of these buildings are deemed to be historic resources. I have it highlighted in the red oval. This would be the parking structure that's demolished and replaced by the high-rise residential project. Here are two images showing the existing parking garage and the two-story commercial bank or two-story office building to be demolished on Maryland Avenue. A preliminary project was presented before the City Council as a stage 1 preliminary design review back on January 21st, 2020. So just under 2 years ago. At which time, as you see, you had a very sculptural high-rise residential project. It was 350 feet tall, 32 stories, and 348 residential units. They were using the community benefits program to get this additional height in exchange for providing additional publicly accessible open space, some mobility improvements, and even greater publicly accessible open space. At that time, City Council, and I apologize, seems like it's not, there you go. So City Council, upon its review, had 3 conditions. One was to reduce the overall height of the building, and that would essentially to relocate all residential parking below grade. At that time, residential parking was also proposed above grade, so to reduce the overall building height, to provide additional information regarding the materials, specifically at the ground level, to make sure that they are human scaled and high quality, and also to consider revising the design to better reflect the existing bank building, the mid-century modern aesthetic, as was essentially noted and included in the conditions by City Council. So after quite a bit of time and energy, the project team came back with a new concept. This concept obviously was reduced from 32 stories to 24, from overall height from 348 to 294 units, and from the previously proposed 350-foot height to 266 or 265.5. So essentially quite a bit of change from the previous preliminary design review. The project proposal was designed to address all 3 of the council's conditions, which would be to relocate the residential parking below grade, provide detailed information for the high quality human scale materials, and to modify the design to focus more on the rectilinear forms and building lines as seen on the adjacent bank building. Here you just see is a table showing the DSP gateway districts by right height limits and density limits, what the previous project was proposed at, and what the current project is proposed at. So this is a by right project, and staff has fully vetted development standards in the DSP, especially when it relates to height, density, parking, landscaping, open space, and whatnot. So we'll go into greater detail in the PowerPoint presentation. You'll note that the overall site plan, you have a generous publicly accessible open space area at the fronting brand, the existing commercial building to remain. We do have the lobby that's at the center portion that has access from both Brand Boulevard and Maryland Avenue, and all of the vehicular access points to the garage are off of Maryland Avenue. The project complies with the primary frontage design guidelines along Brand Boulevard, and to the rear along Maryland, not really to the rear, but to the mixed-use residential street frontage. The project does provide the required 5-foot parkway, 8-foot sidewalk, and 3-foot building adjacent zone in compliance with the DSP. Here you'll note that this is essentially where the new building is proposed on the easterly half of the lot. This would be the open space around the existing bank building and the publicly accessible open space for the project. And obviously the the Chase and Coldwell Bank building to remain. So the project fully complies with the publicly accessible open space and open space requirements by the DSP. 20% of the lot area. This is just obviously the slide that goes through, provides above and beyond the required open space required for the project. In terms of the required publicly accessible open space, 6,376 square feet are required. The project provides 6,994, again, above what's required by code. The area itself is shown hatched in purple. There is additional open space that if you combine it with I'm going to just quickly show you before we go on, this would be essentially an image of the publicly accessible open space. It is open to the sky. It has the required landscaping features, an additional focal element in terms of a water feature, a unique shade feature, decorative hardscaping, drought-tolerant landscaping, and these would obviously meet the standards for the publicly accessible open space for courtyards and plazas in the DSP. The project also had to provide residential open space, and this is at a ratio of 140 square feet per unit. So the project itself would have to provide 41,160 square feet of residential open space. This can be provided in the form of common open space that's above and beyond the publicly accessible open space. So that's what you see here highlighted in red. This is above and beyond what is considered the publicly accessible open space. It can also be provided in the form of private rooftop decks, other decks, and balconies. So note the remainder, there's quite a bit of open space provided in the form of balconies, private balconies on the 4th level, in addition to a pool deck and an outdoor seating deck. There's also a substantial rooftop deck on the 23rd level. So you'll note here you see pictorial images of the 4th and the 5th levels, which combined actually have on the 4th level is approximately 12,000 square feet, and there's approximately 7,000 square feet of private residential open space. There's also a substantial rooftop deck, just over 9,000 square feet. And again, this would have landscaping, outdoor seating area, landscaping, and take advantage of the views both towards Griffith Park to the west and Verdugo Mountains to the north. So back to the ground level site plan, just to go through it again. They have a number of residential parking spaces, and the residential parking spaces, and I apologize, there's a few items here, but the residential parking would be on 4 levels below grade. Then you have, and apologies, now you see you have a number of commercial at grade parking levels. So only the commercial parking would be provided on levels 2 and 3 of the building. All of the residential parking spaces are provided subterraneously in compliance with code and in compliance with city council standards. Podium level, again, you note that quite a bit of common open space and private open space, in addition to community rooms for use by the residents. And then I'm just going to go very quickly through the rest of them because there essentially are 22 residential floors, up to 22 would be, and then the 23rd level is the common rooftop deck. 24th would be a smaller rooftop deck, and the roof level, which would have the solar photovoltaic arrays. The image you see before you now would be a cross section that's obviously west to east, and that would be parallel to the 134 freeway. So you'll note that the existing bank building to remain, and the tower with an overall height of 265 feet. Now, the DSP tall building sections apply. These would be requirements to provide a 20-foot setback above 60 feet, and this would be along Maryland Avenue, so the building has been set back. There is also, oh, apologies. A little error. Okay. Note back to, and additional DSP standards would require a 15% reduction in floor plates above, and then to incentivize taller, narrower buildings so that the building itself is not just one large box, but that it tapers up to the overall height. Here you'll note also that there's the building, if you go back, the building itself is somewhat two forms put together, adjoining at the center, and so that there is quite a bit of variety to the floor plates. There is quite a substantial setback. Again, this would be for the roof, for the fourth floor pool deck. Here you'll note that this is a cross section from the north, and the freeway would be on the left-hand side to the south. There are additional floor plate setbacks above the 200-foot mark, and this would be more consistent with the buildings just to the south, the 450 and the 550 buildings as well, that have more of a step back on the upper floors that are still essentially pretty tall. You'll note here. And bringing us to the design of the west elevation facing brand. You'll note that the contemporary design of the 24-story high-rise fits within its urban context in the DSP Gateway District of taller, streamlined developments, and is appropriately articulated for its high visibility location and directly adjacent to the 134 freeway. The contemporary architectural style is consistent around all elevations, and the finishes and design treatments do help to break down the massing of the project. Project has a really strong sense of base, middle, and top components. You'll note that the podium base it has the limestone tiles, the additional fins. Then there's the repetitive residential floors sort of towards the middle, and then more of a rooftop trellis signaling the building's termination. And this tripartite distinction is required by the DSP to further help reduce the scale of the tall building. This would be the elevation facing Maryland Avenue. Again, the podium levels above the louvers screen the two levels of the commercial parking. And so these louvers are intended to hearken the fins of the existing bank building while not mimicking them, and to screen the cars. This podium base is also punctuated by three architectural elements. You'll note that there's a 2-story high frame facing Maryland with the deep blue louvers that's going to screen the 4th floor community room and the 3rd floor commercial parking. And then there's also a 1-story high element that sort of wraps the pool with deep angled metal louvers. And then there's also the fins and the wood tone louvers on the other side facing the publicly accessible courtyard plaza on Brand Boulevard. And so these elements help to differentiate the base from the tower above and provide visual interest more at the pedestrian level. The middle section, as you'll notice, divided into somewhat 3 sections, 2 sections that are in this gridded pattern. These are metal panels and vision glass with a central volume that's entirely in vision glass and matching gray metal panels. This again sort of helps to delineate the building into 3 parts across the board on a horizontal way. There's the gridded pattern expanses help to sort of have different shades of blues and whites, and so it sort of adds a little bit more variety and a sense of play along the elevations themselves. So the ends, the narrower south and north ends, feature the same patterning as on the elongated tower elements, and essentially allowing the wall treatments to successfully wrap each of the building volumes in a manner that's consistent in a unified design as a whole. So this would be the elevation facing the 134 freeway. You'll note that the circular driveway access to the garage and the fins to echo the adjacent or close proximity, the Chase Bank building. And this would be the south elevation. Additional sections and details were required by the city council to make sure that it is pedestrian oriented on a human scale and high material, based on submittals from the architect. The materials themselves were specifically chosen to meet the intention of the human scaled and high quality materials as required by DSP. The base is primarily, like I said, mentioned, clad in glass, limestone panels with colored metal fins screening the commercial parking levels above. And again, these fins help echo the vertical fins on the former Home Savings Building. Right now, the beige limestone panels are in a running bond pattern on the east and west ground floor facades. Staff appreciates the use of the durable, softer feeling of the material at the pedestrian level. That may be appropriate, but there is the possibility of having the more random running bond pattern be replaced with a more contemporary feeling stack bond to better reflect the contemporary building. And this was a condition. Staff has a number of just minor recommendations for the board to consider, and this is one of those that to explore the change of either the pattern or perhaps the substitution of an alternate material. Note that there is no EIFS or stucco proposed at the base of the building or on the upper floors, and this is in conformance with the DSP. You'll note just this would be a section through the brand lobby area where you have a more playful trellis-like feature. This would be both in lights and wood frame architectural fins, if you can say that. Next item would be section drawings of the windows. Again, and as I really just related a moment ago, you know, there are two primary sections. One is the vision glass and the combination of the blue and white metal panels to form the grid pattern, and then the central volume consists of, you know, the glass and the gray panels to match to read as one. There is a staff recommendation that perhaps instead of proposing gray metal panels, that gray vision glass or be used, and so to consider more of a streamlined section. The project proposal packet also had a number of lighting plans, and these showed both for the common open spaces at the ground floor as well as the upper floor decks. They include a number of uplights, pathway lighting, lighting specifically designed to activate the gathering areas. There are tree uplights, there's sconces, there's step lights, they're in-grade lights. So again, the overall design of these are consistent and definitely compatible with the proposed project. You'll note here, this would be a city perspective looking south to show how the building itself would, southwest that is, how the building would interface with the existing structures and skyline, appropriate in terms of height. This would be a perspective looking southwest, south along Brand. You'll note that the building itself is stepped back behind the two historic resources. So it's more of a backdrop to these two historic resources as opposed to being directly in line or on brand and overwhelming the two, so that the two buildings remain the focal point along Brand, and the building itself is on the rear half or the easterly half of the project site. Nighttime perspective showing the lighting schemes and the designs. And this would be the street view from Duran and Maryland Avenue, what it would look like from the adjacent residential project. And you'll note here, you can see the step backs above the third floor, how the building recesses back. And so this would provide the appropriate transition to the lower scale resident or high density, lower scale residential neighborhoods directly to the east of the project site. You'll note that there is an existing 3-story commercial garage on the on the site directly west or directly east, apologies, so that this building does not look into any residential projects, but would essentially be abutting in this case or directly across from an existing commercial parking lot that spans the entire block length. Note, the board is being requested to provide comments regarding the proposed design in terms of site planning, mass and scale, and design and detailing. Staff had 5 recommended suggestions. One would be to provide an enhanced paving at the driveways and to set the garage doors back, gates that is. The second would be to incorporate lighting to highlight and illuminate the project's rooftop loggia element from all sides to sort of form the grid pattern. Third would be to provide appropriate metal mesh behind the louvers to screen the commercial parking, because currently it's just the louvers themselves. Fourth would be, again, to provide a different bond pattern for the limestone tiles at the base or an alternate material. And the fifth would be to consider using gray spandrel glass instead of the proposed gray colored metal panels for the current wall portions of the upper floor. The board did not receive any environmental documents because staff is currently finalizing the Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment. And because the board is only looking at this project for advisory review, you are not required to opine or consider any type of environmental, since you are purely advisory at this point. So staff is finalizing the Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment. This particular CEQA document will be available for public review for a 30-day period starting January 18th. This would be this coming Tuesday through February 17th. The documents will be online and available for public review at www.glendaleca.gov/environmental. Comments are requested to be submitted to staff by the February 17th 5 p.m. deadline. So the SKIA itself will analyze all of any of the potential impacts from various sections: air quality, noise, cultural resources, greenhouse gas effects, quite a number of lengthy sections. So we invite the public and you to take a look once it is uploaded this coming Tuesday. In terms of next steps, the stage 2 final design review is being brought before you today. It is also being brought before the Historic Preservation Commission for advisory review on January the 20th. So in a week from today, it will be brought before the HPC for comments as well. And the ultimate review authority is City Council, and we have a tentative date sometime in March. There's also a development agreement that is being requested, and this would be for a 6-year entitlement period. Typically, design review board entitlements are 2 years. This is not something unheard of. We have a number of downtown specific plan projects that do have development agreements for longer entitlement periods, and they are requesting a 6-year term. There is also a request to freeze all development impact fees at this point. This is required to go before the Planning Commission for recommendation to City Council by law. It was originally scheduled to be brought before the Planning Commission next Wednesday, January 19th, and it is being continued to February 2nd for Planning Commission. And all of your comments, this would be the Design Review Board's comments, the Historic Preservation Commission's comments, and the Planning Commission's comments and recommendations will be presented along with the SKIA to City Council at the public hearing sometime in March. That concludes staff's lengthy presentation. The PowerPoint itself was, you'll note that 18 pages worth of very detailed analysis. And so this PowerPoint presentation did not cover the majority of those items in the staff report, but again, I'd be more than happy to elaborate or answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Zematitis, for that detailed presentation. As always, you did a phenomenal job taking us through a very complex project. Does the board have any questions for staff? If there's no other questions, then I'll ask a few questions that I had to staff. Have you obtained any feedback whether these are going to be apartment or condos at this point?
These will be rental apartments, yes.
Apartments. And has the project been circulated to the departments to get any feedback about street widening, et cetera, from traffic, transportation, and the other departments thus far?
Yes, the project was actually routed for comments twice. Fully vetted. We've received all comments from the Glendale Water and Power, from Traffic and Transportation, Public Works Engineering. That would include street, the street section, as well as street lighting and street trees. We also included fire and the building department comments as well. So those have all either been incorporated or will be incorporated during the plan check process.
Perfect. And now that we're on the topic, in regards to public works, engineering, and street widening, have any turn lanes been proposed or any street widening on Brand or Maryland?
No.
It's been discussed.
It has been discussed, and Public Works Engineering is not requiring any street widening or any additional turn lanes.
And in regards to the circulation of traffic coming in and out of the building and Uber, Amazon deliveries, is this something that the board should address the architect on, or is this something that staff feels they have some input on that you could kind of help us along to explain, or do you prefer the architect to address those?
There was quite a bit of discussion regarding possible loading area in front of the building. There's also a valet drop-off area tucked underneath the building by the residential driveway. So these are two options that can be used for deliveries.
Okay, so those are things we could kind of hone in on with the architect, the valet and the loading area. Okay, and the last question I had, well, that was it because we combined two questions. So I guess there's no more questions for staff. Then with that, who is going to represent the applicant and who wants to go first from the development team?
I believe Mr. Rodney Kahn would like to go first, and then we have John Friedman as the architect for the project, and we also have Ralph and Larry Cimarustes, the property owners as well.
And Ms. Simonides, if you would just remind us for the time limit, typical time limit that the entire development team has?
We typically provide, typically it would be five minutes for the applicant and 3 minutes for members of the public. It's up to the board and the chair to grant additional time, which I believe that the project team would like to have.
Okay. And so with that, Mr. Kahn, how much time overall do you think the team will need in its entirety?
Chairman Simonian, I think that if you allocated to us, let's say about 10 minutes, that should be sufficient for our project team. And then obviously we'd be answering your questions as well,
Sure.
which would be outside of that time.
So we'll set 10 minutes, and then if you need additional time, we'll address it at that point in time.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Kahn, you have our attention, and start us off, please. Thank you.
Great. Good evening, Chairman Simonian, board members and city staff. My name is Rodney Kahn. My offices are located here in the city of Glendale. And before I begin my presentation, I'll echo what the board members just said about how thorough and complete Ms. Zematitis' presentation was, and we appreciate that. Ralph and Larry Cimarusti have owned this property for the past 25 years. The two brothers were born in the city of Glendale. They were raised here. They have their small business here as well. And they are building this project as a legacy project for their children and their grandchildren. Ralph and Larry have also been very active for decades in our community, whether it be Glendale Police or Fire, but also Glendale College, where they have the Semiroosti Science Center, also with Glendale Memorial Hospital. The brothers saw a need for housing in the downtown area. In fact, it's not just the brothers, it's the state of California, it's the Southern California region, and it's the city of Glendale that desperately needs more housing and all types of housing, market rate housing, affordable housing, etc. This site, which is on our signature street, Brand Boulevard, is an excellent location to provide more high-density housing units in our community. It's close to transportation. It's strengthening pedestrian activity in the downtown. And it also provides what was referenced to and will be shown from our architect, a very significant open space area, public open space area, right along Brand Boulevard. And all of these items that I just mentioned are goals and objectives of the downtown specific plan that this project fulfills. I know we're here this evening for your design recommendation, so I will turn it over to our design professional, our architect, John Friedman, for his presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you, Rodney and Vilya. And as you saw, Vilya's presentation was very complete. So I could have talked for 10 or 15 minutes, but some of the slides I'm going to skip over fairly quickly because she's kind of already made the points. And, you know, there's a certain amount of time that we have as well. So, but essentially, you know, it's been a pleasure to work on this project that's so important for Glendale. And also as Vilya and Rodney have noted, we received stage one approval 2 years ago. Seems like a lifetime, but for the last 2 years we've been working on incorporating the conditions that the city council provided, and also working with the revised DSP to redesign the building. And I have to say, I will say, I just want to say here that the DSP is written is a really great document, and it has made a huge positive contribution, I think, to the building itself and to the overall site. So I just want to acknowledge that. Let's go to the Gordon. Can you? So so this building here, you've seen this image, but you can see we're in the Gateway District, and the building kind of sits comfortably amongst the other commercial and residential towers, particularly along Brand and the 134. And then from the next view where we see down, directly down Brand Boulevard, I think Villy already noticed, we thought it was a very good thing, you know, to be 140 feet behind Brand Boulevard, so that this Chase building, formerly Home Savings and Loan, which has been, you know, a landmark for 50 years and a gateway into the city, we're quite happy that this remained so. And so seeing our building as a background building was a positive thing. As Rodney just mentioned, we had 4 main goals. But housing, of course, being one of them, so much needed. Public open space here at this site, so you don't have to go to the Americana, or you don't have to go to the Aero Theater to experience some community, some citizenship with your fellow Glendalians. And we wanted to celebrate the Chase building as noted, and then we all wanted to do this with quality architecture that would fit within the site. That would fit with this mid-century environment that we were in, Not be too flashy, but not be a dud either. That would still also be a quality addition to the city. Next one is if you don't see very often, but from the southwest, again, you see that it's set back from the set behind the Chase building and the U.S. Bank building. And then there also as at the suggestion of, I forget her last name, but Paula, who's a council member, 2 years ago, she kind of like asked us to look at the stepping of the 550 brand. And we did. So we kind of incorporated the stepping into our building. We also noticed this kind of vertical line or articulation running up the center. And we did this, not in a mimicking kind of way, but in the ideas. And just like they have an arch at the top, we kind of we crown the top of our building with not just some ceremonial figures or forms, but actual spaces that people will use, plants, photovoltaic cells that you'll see people kind of using in activity. Next one. So I think you're familiar with the site, but I just want to note that right now is that you have the Chase building, and then everything else on the site is either surface parking or existing parking structure. There's some planting, but there's no real space for people to pause. There's no space for people to spend any time. But with a new site plan, you see, which is at the same scale, same orientation, you see this new park up at the front by brand. And I just want to echo what Vilia said. All the vehicular access will be from Maryland. There will be no vehicular access from brand, so you won't kind of create any more traffic. And in fact, this park space will be devoted to the pedestrians, which we see that, and what was required was about 6,600 of publicly accessible open space. But in this next image, you'll see that we're providing much more. We're providing 6,900 as count by the DSP. But in fact, as you go between the Chase building and the new building, you're getting this extra, very intimate space there. It'll be great shaded space in the summer. And so the total space is more about like 12,000 and then grows to 15,000 when you can include all the areas around the Chase building. Next one. So again, you saw this image before. Several of these, again, it was the DSP that sort of suggested like, well, we'd have this gateway into the park from the sidewalk. And then we'd have the screen further back on the building that marks the entry, the pedestrian entry, also from this park space. When we get closer, just when we walk into the park from the sidewalk, you see how you see the furniture, you see the paving, you see the planting, and as we should switch the slide, I think there's a little delay here. There's the fountain. So there's a lot of articulation here that I think will be quite nice. And I just also want you to notice that you see the base of the building is either glass or these limestone panels. So a lot of care for that pedestrian experience, for that, these spaces that encourage community. And then the last one, and then when we go into, so just a quick image of the lobby. It's a continuation of the walkway in the park. It integrates nature and activity. The reception desk it's a very elegant space. And then as we walk back out into the park, now we're looking west, towards Brand. You can kind of see this big fountain, which will kind of run along the perimeter and create this white noise. It's been kind of proven that this white noise can really make a huge contribution to the sense of place and being off the street. Next one. Just a quick view that shows how the Chase building, formerly Home Savings and Loan, will be, very much still front and center, and then how we borrow the idea of these vertical louvers that you begin to see on the base of the new building. And as we come around to the north side, looking from the northeast, these louvers continue and change color. And then the base of the building still has the glass where we have the pedestrian entries. We have the limestone. And you can begin to see how the massing has been broken down above that. You saw the next image from the Doran. Oh, well, and then again, as Vilya noticed, we thought of this in the classical tradition of the base, the middle, and the top, that tripartite division. And then you see that even more clearly from this intersection of Doran and in Maryland. Again, you see the base, which incorporates the louvers, but not, and then you see another element where there's some balconies, and then higher up, that blue, white, and glass patterning that kind of, we break the building down into masses, and then those masses are broken down and dematerialized by further patterning, which again, Vilya kind of noticed. And then at the top, this loggia, which has photovoltaics at the top. Next one. Next one. I mean, here we just wanted to know very quickly that we bring the same level of articulation and quality to the amenities level above the two layers of parking. But let's move on for time's sake. There you see it again from a distance. And yeah, I mean, next one. Yeah, it's really, these are the, so, and Vilya noted this as well. I'll move on, showing the community space on the 4th level. The roof level again, active. Let's move on again. And I just wanted to notice.
Just to interject for a moment, I think
Oh, yes.
Ms. Zimitaitis is indicating time.
Okay.
And so if you would try to wrap up your presentation.
Okay. Well, I just, the massing is offset. The two main parts of the building are offset from the core. Next. Which you see here and then here, and that's it. So yeah, sorry about that.
No problem at all. And I'm sure there's going to be some questions, so there'll be an opportunity to kind of explore more of these thoughts and ideas. Board members, do we have questions for the design team and development team? Board Member Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Freeman, as you just concluded there and noted you had these offsetting masses,
Yeah.
I was curious how you came to your decision about how you were locating them with one mass towards the sort of northwest portion of the podium pad, and then the other to the southeast.
Okay.
What led to that decision, that thinking?
Well, I think the notion, well, first of all, the notion to offset them was to break down the building into, two masses. It's a wide building, and you can begin to think of these buildings as a collection of almost like a city, or as a collection of buildings in and of themselves. The reason they're broke down the way they are was that it provides a kind of a void at the end of the park off of Brand. So when you're in the park at Brand and you're kind of looking towards the building, that first part is recessed. So it's not looming over you. And then diagonally, there's another open space towards the northeast, which we felt was, ideally, if you had a pool and you had that space, you'd want it directly south. But in all the kind of compromises of ways it could be, it seemed best to us to put that area on the northeast, because you get these views of the mountains, and you wouldn't very likely be hemmed in later on by another building, which, we had heard that in the 600 Brand space, they might build a tall building there. So if it were on the south, you'd be stuck between the two towers and you wouldn't get much light anyway. So, and then there's the issue that we're always trying to avoid, the sunshine these days, and stay in the shade. So being on the north in the summer when it's hot, and then having a shade, that seemed kind of like a win-win. So, but that's why that particular shifting occurs. But you could turn it around and look at the different possibilities and work with it and study it. But I think we did that, and that's the conclusion we came up with, was the best overall kind of utility in that sense.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the explanation.
Yeah.
Board Member Minas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Friedman, for the beautiful explanation of the building. My question is, how many levels of subterranean parking garage do you have for the new structure?
We have four
4 levels. So
levels.
the base of the building, with respect to the freeway level, where would you be? Would you be below the freeway level or?
Oh, you mean the bottom level of the parking?
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm not really sure. We haven't done a survey to know exactly how much lower, how low the freeway is. But essentially, the bottom level of our parking is going to be approximately 42 feet below the level of Brand Boulevard, about 10'6", maybe one level, like almost 44 feet. So I'm not totally sure where the freeway is, but I know that we'll be down about 44 feet.
I think that would be a very, very important considerations because for a 4-level subterranean parking garage, your option for say restrained shoring system would be to use anchor shafts, tie back anchors, and you have to know where the freeway is. You have limited mass, to the north of the building
Mm-hmm.
slope. If again, there is not. This will be like long, very long anchor shafts
Mm.
that would be the only option of providing lateral support for this
Mm-hmm.
almost 50 feet of excavation.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other question I have, would any of the buildings surrounding this property, the Chase building or the US Bank building, would these buildings have, do they have basement garage, a subterranean basement garage?
Well, the Chase building itself does not have any basement. And I'm not so sure about the US Bank, but I think they get most of their parking from behind the building and across the street. So I don't think so, but I can't say for sure on the US Bank. And I can't say for sure, honestly, on the anchoring and how far they'd have to extend north and if they would daylight. Um, we could certainly look into that, but we're just trying to get entitlement.
You probably will need probably at least 3 rows of tiebacks, for 40, 50 feet of excavation.
Mm-hmm.
So, that will be pretty challenging, particularly if the adjoining buildings have basement garage that will limit the use of the tiebacks below those structures.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, just wanted to kind of explore the thought
Okay.
and
Sure.
see if that would create challenge
Mm-hmm.
during construction.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to look into that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for letting us know.
Yes. Ms. Chagayan,
Yes,
sorry about
sorry.
that. Yes, I had to get my screens oriented here.
No worries. I was just wondering when you decided to use the fins on your building, what made you determine to basically stop at the first, I think it's only up to the parking garage levels, or do you go beyond the 2 stories?
Well, sometimes they go beyond. You could see that. You could see that in the north elevation if we wanted to pull that up. But they are kind of set up. In my sort of feeling about these buildings is they have their own kind of logic, and you begin to stitch them together with common articulation, common features, and things like that. But the fourth level, the amenities level, which is so the first 3 floors are all going to be concrete. They're going to have the parking, and that was the natural place to run the louvers to that point. And then in some places they go up another 2 floors, so they kind of be 5 floors tall. And in that place they'd be about the same height as the ones on the Chase building. But we kind of feel like that there's a kind of I don't know. It's to kind of look at a building that you're adjacent to and you want to honor. There's a kind of fine line between overdoing it and trying to mimic it and line everything up, and then everything becomes very static and kind of cartoonish. and then being more organic. And we sort of go with the more kind of organic, that the buildings are related, and we try to um, we sense that relationship between them being on the same property, but they also have their same. They have different plans, different purposes, and they have their own integrity. And then when you try to mimic other things too much, it gets to be, yeah, cartoonish. So I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you. And in terms of material for the fins, do you change any depending on where they are located?
Well, the material that we would use, I mean, those materials on the Chase building are very heavy, dense concrete.
Mhm.
And the ones that we were using would be metal and thinner, because I mean, I personally don't even think it's safe to have these big, heavy things. They're the kind of things that would fall off in an earthquake and fall off the freeway, and et cetera. So this is again a sort of way of honoring what's there, but maybe doing something that's more appropriate. And
Thank you. And then just one other question. Now that all the parking has been replaced with the park for the bank, in order to get to the bank, a person would have to park on either floors 2 or 3 and come
correct.
down the elevator and in through the lobby to the bank, correct? And neither of the stairs take you to, or they don't give you access directly to the bank. Is that correct?
Well, there's, let's see if I can, I believe there are stairs on the north west corner that you could take down and then walk across to the bank. There's also this sort of central elevator, which will land you in the lobby, but you can then walk through the lobby and then to the bank. I mean, we don't really know if there's going to be a bank there forever anyway, so that's another kind of issue.
Right. Well, but it's a historic building, right? I mean, the building is remaining, whether it's
Yes, the building remains. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, when you say the bank, yes,
right.
the
Okay.
the employees who are working, people
Access to
working
the
in that
building.
bank will have to come down, go across, and go across, unless we built some kind of bridge, which I mean, I'd be open to, but yeah, it's just another expense.
Thank you.
Do we have any, Board Member Walsh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions keying off of that. Was there any thoughts given to the conversion of the home savings building into residential as well? So it would become a fully residential complex?
We did do some studies for that, and then I wasn't personally part of the decision not to go ahead with that, but maybe Rodney or the Cimarustis could speak to that.
Yeah, yes, I could. We looked at and considered that. First, a few things. There are some leases, commercial leases, that need to be honored for the users there. Also, it's changing. It would significantly change the floor plates, and we're very sensitive to the fact of what type of changes take place at that building. So we thought it best to leave it intact as is, honor the leases that are currently there, and maybe at some point in the future, look at a different type of use.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Friedman, I wanted to also ask a question about the fins, in particular where they are terminating on the upper levels. How are you capping those? It appears to me like on the west facing facade that there's a fairly heavy fascia that runs across that sort of completely overlaps them. But in other places, it looks like they're sort of hanging out there. Can you clarify how you're treating those at different places and why?
I think the way I think the way you're describing in the West is the way they should all be handled. That like they should all terminate with a kind of a cornice or a piece above them. So
Okay.
if it's off, I apologize in some of the renderings. And
Okay.
if you ask us to make sure they're capped, we'll agree to that. I also want to mention that we thought all of the suggestions or requirements that staff came up with, the 5 or 6 suggestions for improving the design, and we're all, good ideas, and we would approve. We would accept all of those as well.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, fellow board members. And I have some questions as well, some of which I posted earlier, but I'm hoping the architectural team could shed more light on. If you would, is there a way for you to kind of share your screen, take us to the site plan,
Okay.
and then point out how the commercial vehicles come in, how
Okay.
the residential vehicles come in, and then how the deliveries are dealt with,
Okay.
and how Uber and Lyft services are dealt with loading.
Yes, and I would have covered some of this. I would have covered this before, but I was concerned about time. So when you look at the site plan, and maybe we can go full screen, Gordon. You see there's a kind of there's two. On the top right, you see the arrow and the commercial parking. So that ramp and the gate will be set back, so there's also some waiting space. But all the commercial cars that'll be parking, for the Chase building will go up from that corner. And then for the residential parking, which you just see just below, and you see that arrow there, essentially we're going to have a valet. And so cars there will be space for the cars to stack up when necessary, because the gate is just kind of indicate where the gate is, to the left. No, it's further to the left. That's where the gate is. So we can stack 4 or 5 cars. People can kind of come in, the valets can take over and take those cars down. Now, in terms of Uber deliveries and things like that, or food and such, there is that valet. Maybe kind of even blow up that area. There is that valet zone, a loading area right in there that can handle, I believe, like at least 4 cars. But we also imagine that cars can park on Maryland, for short periods of time, and kind of run into the lobby and drop off the food, or whatever it is. So that's been the approach to date.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just even in a plain residential street, right, where
Yeah,
a very low level residential street, it's amazing the number of Amazon trucks that come
that's
every
true.
day,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yeah.
endless, and it's just going to get more and more. And so now we have, this tall building,
Mm-hmm.
24-story building, and it's loading entirely from Maryland, right, which
Mm-hmm.
is not a wide street.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, you're going to have a whole bunch of Amazon, UPS, Federal Express, all those guys. We need to think of a way to really stack them and load them on the side,
Yeah.
to not burden Maryland, because it's already going to be hugely impacted.
Yeah. Well,
And so- yes,
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Or
I think you got the gist of my comments.
yeah, no, I just want to note that we actually had a parka share on Maryland, so that people, Gordon, kind of can show the cursor that you would come in from here, and then there was a driveway heading through this whole area, going south, and then the cars would exit down by where those trees are. So you had the perfect situation for trucks and deliveries and all kinds of stuff to happen, but something in the code and the planning code doesn't allow us to have a parka share on that side. So if you could help us or recommend that it would be allowable to have a parka share, you totally solve the problem. And I think there's no, in my mind, there's no real reason why we shouldn't be able to have that parka share. This kind of this parallel driveway, to the left, that's underneath the building where all this stuff happens. So let's go to the other one, the one behind. Let's go to the image behind. Can you go on? So yes, so like here, there's no reason that can't be a parka share and a sort of a parallel space for parking, and that's what we would like. I mean, that's what makes sense. for something like this, and this is the kind of thing you typically see. But I can't remember the exact reason, but we were told it wasn't allowed.
And, and in fact, the condominium building north of the freeway has exactly what you're referring to.
Yeah, we would love to have it. So, yeah,
I think that's a really good idea. And since you're
Yeah.
going to city council anyways, they have the authority to really amend
Okay.
most things because this is going to be very specific. And so that's something that we'll get to, but I think that's an absolute must
Yeah.
to incorporate a very workable, viable, feasible loading area
sure.
that's primary for deliveries. And then also you have that could be also shared, with Uber and Lyft, et cetera.
Of course. Yeah.
Because I would imagine in the evenings when people are coming home from work, at some point people are going to return to the office, right? And you're going to overwhelm your 6 or 7 queued areas in that
Mhm.
kind of valet area fairly quickly between 5 and 6 p.m.
Mhm.
And so you add you add Amazon delivery trucks to that, and it's just going to be chaos, and that's going to create issues on Maryland. So that's a good point. So
Okay.
I'm glad we had that discussion.
Sure. Yeah.
And Ms. Chigayan, I'm being flagged down by Ms. Chigayan. Go ahead, Ms. Chigayan.
I'm trying to let you know, Miss Zematitis is trying to get your attention.
Oh, she probably is going to explain why we can't have the portraiture.
I don't have her on my screen,
Oh.
which is not good. I need to rearrange this somehow.
Thank you, Board Member Chagayan. Yes, and Chair Simonian, Portico shares are prohibited on residential mixed-use streets. And so based on the recent amendments by City Council, the last in 2020, Portico share would not be permitted on this particular type of street. It's prohibited. So it would essentially require a variance.
I would imagine that, if we're looking at a 24-story gateway project in our city, where we have Maryland, which to me is not much of a residential street as you get to the northern part over here, adjacent to the freeway, that it might make sense to look at this holistically. And if a variance is required, it certainly would be a good use of a variance to alleviate 30 years of hardship down the road that would come around. So point well taken, but I do think it's a good use of a release mechanism for that specific code section, because it probably was not intended for something like this. It probably was intended for other legitimate, great reasons, but this is, I think, something to consider.
So I think that puts the ball in our court to apply for this variance and then try to find, people like you, Mr. Simonian, who could support it and write a letter. And it's
And some of this discussion, since this is just a cursory review, some of these questions are really going to lead to the comments anyways, and a mindset, and we're problem solving, right? That's the intent, is to problem solve a very symbolic gateway project to make it that much better. The other question I had, and this was something very similar that we commented on the west side of Brand, where Ani was proposing the hotel on the northwest corner of Brand and the freeway auxiliary on-ramp. In that you're keeping the historic building, which is a commercial office building, and it really would make sense to program the west and east kind of portions of that open space appropriately for commercial tenants, for lunch and outdoor meetings, etc. As well, because I noticed everything on the west side along Brand has not been programmed. And then you're really using the east side and you're taking credit for that as part of your common open space for residential. And so in essence, the bank building or the historic office building is not really getting its share of the bifurcated open space. And so that, I think, is very important to have that in order to ensure the viability, leasability, feasibility, and the future of that building. Because as things get taken away from it, such as the parking being on the second and third floors, right, where tenants would have to park off of Maryland, come down the lobby, go across to enter the building. That already is something to think about if you're a tenant or a business owner, is how much time is going to be lost going in and out of a building.
Mhm.
Secondly, you start thinking about, well, what are my options? If I go down the street, every other office building is amenitizing and programming its common open space. And so once you start looking at how does it compare to the surrounding competition, you start seeing that, well, 450 North Brand has an amazing common open space. 500 North Brand has a very nice common open space. The former Nestle building, now Service Titan, has a newly constructed common open space. The Central building, the tallest building off of Central on the north side, just by the freeway, has a new amenitized common open space. That's your competition, right? So as you're looking at it as a development team, as to the future of the building, I think it is important to do that as well, which the drawings kind of at this point haven't dealt with. It's kind of this just green area.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea to explore.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
My last question was, I meant to ask this earlier, Ms. Simitidis. You mentioned that this came in front of City Council. City Council had made comments for the design to relate more to the historic building, the bank building, the Chase building. And after this discussion, I see that the architect has made a very concise effort with those vertical louvers and fins to relate to the existing building. And I think that was not an easy task. And I think they've heard the marching orders and they've done it. But I also saw glimpses of what they had before, which was playful, which was fresh. It had more of a residential feel versus now more of an office hotel feel. And so my question is, what exactly was council's direction? And how many of the council members really felt strongly with really toning down that artistic freedom of the architect and kind of pushing towards more of this kind of orthogonal, commercial look? If you recall, it's been a while.
City Council did not, Chair Simonian, City Council did not specify the design direction. Their comment, or condition in this case, was that the applicant shall consider revising the design of the project to better reflect the mid-century modern aesthetic of the adjacent commercial building on site.
That's what I remember you saying. And so it just seems as though the project has gone from its former very residential, artistic, playful look to this. And I'm wondering, was council's direction really to bring back the design, to pare it back, to not be as modern? Was that the intent?
We got the sense that council may have felt that the previous design was a little too exuberant for downtown Glendale, maybe. We agreed with you that it was a playful design that we were really supportive of and really liked, but maybe it's a little too Miami, and this working in a more rectilinear format that does better reflect the three-part structure of traditional architecture as well as portions of the Chase building seems to be more in the direction of what I remember council looking for. But Vilya's right, they didn't give much specific direction.
I see. Yeah, there's just such a contrast between the old and the new, and I did not listen to the council's presentation. I wasn't aware of it really, and so thank you for that feedback, Mr. Platt. It really does help kind of put things in context for me.
I will only add is that they talked about the building being sort of massive, but there was this one comment like that this was an iconic building, which we thought, we use that word iconic, like, iconic entry of this gateway on the freeway. And one of the comments was, we don't want an iconic building. And that was just by one particular person.
Yeah.
So we kind of looked at it and said, well, we maybe need to give it a fresh look or we're not going to get any further. So
Yeah.
we did make significant changes in order to situate it more in this horizontality, as opposed to, some of the curves, that it not be, and then we also divided it, and as we kind of mentioned there was the core, and then divided the volumes, offset the volumes so that it would seem like, in some ways like two buildings, instead of one big building. And so that was the kind of, we go away from these meetings, we architects, and we have to kind of go, okay, well, this could go on forever, and so we try to sort of find a way that makes, where we feel like we're doing the best thing for the city, for the clients who are, our direct clients like the Cimarustis, but also the clients who are the city, and have to kind of accept that what one person is saying is representative of representative government, is representative of a certain idea. So it's a big change, but we
understand. Thank you for that feedback. I
Yeah.
certainly understand the context
Yeah.
within
Yeah.
which trust me, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Mr. Khan, you had your hand up.
Yeah, just real quickly to add on to that, it was very clear to us a few years ago when we went to the city council. They wanted us to go away from the previous architectural style. And it was very, very clear at the hearing, but it was also clear in conversations with council members that they preferred us go in a very different direction. So
Thank you for that.
Sure.
That's what I was looking for, is how strong of a direction was that?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you for the feedback as a group. I think that was very helpful for our board. Fellow board members, do we have any other questions for the team? Ms. Simazidis, are there callers for this project?
Yes, there are callers. Before we go to the callers, I'd like to also point out that a letter was submitted by the Glendale Historical Society this afternoon, and it was forwarded to all of the board members for your
We received it.
consideration.
Yes. Thank you.
So that was received, and just note that was the only public comment that was received
Mhm.
regarding this particular case. With that, let me quickly check we have one caller this evening.
And
Oh,
I
yes.
have one more question, but I'm gonna highlight it and then I'll come back to it. Let's go ahead to the public.
Okay, so the caller, Mr. Tony Maniscalchi. Mr. Maniscalchi, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you. I'm Tony Maniscalchi. I office at 700 North Brand Boulevard. I am both a business owner and a property owner in the city of Glendale. My time and my family's time and commitment to Glendale has been a 70-year relationship, and I'm grateful for the board for this time this evening. Having been involved in several projects, particularly land sales in Glendale and Los Angeles, I view this proposed project, with renewed enthusiasm that our city will once again consider a high-rise multifamily project. Residents in the city up until now have had few choices when considering high-rise living. In fact, since the 80s, the Monterey Towers, which was mentioned earlier, and as well Park Towers on Pioneer, both condominium towers with very limited rentals. Residents seeking a high-rise environment with services really in town is long overdue, and a welcomed alternative to what we have seen built in our city in the past 20 years. The traditional ground floor retail with a 4 or 5 story podium development has really kind of dotted our city throughout the last 15, 20 years. So in a review of the proposed project and the tower's presence, together with its open space, its skylofts, its balconies, I assumed it will also have high-rise services and amenities. I think will bring a welcome alternative to the urban living that a high-rise in our downtown can bring. Integrated with commercial offices, I think it'll just simply keep more of us in the city. As a resident, really, of Orange County, but I often live in downtown Los Angeles in an 8th or 9th floor unit. I can confidently support this project and believe that both the public benefit and the living alternatives is what Glendale needs today. So I wholeheartedly support moving this project forward. I hope the DRB can see through this project and it moves towards a construction date. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is the only caller this evening for this particular project.
The development team always has a rebuttal period, but there really wasn't any specific opposition phone calls. But with that, Mr. Khan, do you have any closing words or thoughts?
Well, we agree with the caller. I'll start off with that. I really don't. I think it's been presented very clearly. One of the things we tried to do, obviously, was address the comments that we received from the City Council. And as we're going through this process, through our different upcoming meetings, kind of factoring in what we hear. So we appreciate you hearing our case today. We look forward to your comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. It's interesting because I said I had a follow-up question, and the caller, who I know well, also had a similar thought process in that there's a missing niche in Glendale. There is a lot of urban living apartments that are newer, that have come on board, which have absolutely changed the city and have made it very vibrant and more of an 18-hour city, which is wonderful. But there's also a lot of empty nesters in this city, a lot of wealthy empty nesters that also would love to have an amenitized residential opportunity. And these empty nesters prefer some larger units. And it's something for you guys to just consider as a development team. This is not a condition. This is not a consideration. This is just a thought process from a Glendale local, in that they require larger units. They like a den or a dining room because they entertain a lot more. Mostly Armenians, mostly Koreans, and ethnic families. They stay united and they have a lot of get-togethers versus going out for eating. And so a dining area is very important. A balcony is absolutely necessary. Double entry doors, 9-foot ceilings, kind of more of a high-end finish. And if you provide that, and if you look at a rent per square foot, you will achieve it. And if you do that marketing study, you will see that there's a niche for that, which doesn't exist. And there's just a boatload of folks that are in their 70s and 80s that could afford houses, but they just cannot afford the lifestyle of taking care of a house or stairs, etc. So it's something to consider. And I think it's very important for you to know that, and it might be worth a marketing study to see, because I notice a lot of your units are smaller, contemporary units, and that's what the trend is. Construction cost is high, and you try to look for it as a development yield, and we all understand that. But it's something that I think is overlooked in our city because that niche does not exist. So something to consider. So with that, are there any more callers that we may have missed, Ms. Zematitis?
No.
With that, then I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing, and we'll start off and continue this collaborative kind of discussion. Mr. Welsh, are you comfortable starting us off?
Sure, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so let me start off by saying that I, for one, like this design better than the earlier design. I guess I'm more of in line with some of the council members' views. But I think it is an improvement over that, and definitely spoke to the comments received from council. So I think the applicant has done a good job addressing that in a very thoughtful and careful way, which I appreciate. Within the general context of this sort of gateway area of town, I think the overall massing and scale of the project works. I personally think it's still a very large project in an area suffering from significant traffic issues at peak times, which this project is probably going to exacerbate. There's really not a lot of public transit infrastructure here. So I would just be concerned that a lot of traffic would be created by it. But obviously that's outside of our specific purview here. So let me talk about the design, and I'll start with the things that I really like about the design. I think the design of the podium, the pedestal base, whatever you want to call it, generally works very well. It has a good reflection and respect for the Home Savings Building. There are some things that I think need a little cleaning up and perfecting. Figuring out how those caps are done, or the terminations of the fins is one. And I'd certainly love to hear what the Historic Preservation Commission's views on it would be. I think they're the ones in the best position to sort of judge how well it respects the historic building. But for me, I think that the use of the vertical fins works well. I like it. I think that the respect that it pays to the building is good, and I think that will also be helped by staff's condition number 3. I think it was number 3 with the mesh helping to screen the vehicles in the parking. I like that the design used the full expanse of the site south of the Home Savings Building to have that nicely scaled open space. It's very unlike a hotel project we reviewed right across the street there, where all the open space was broken up and there were these paseos and things like that. Here, it's all consolidated together. It makes it a generous and very usable open space. So I appreciate the effort that was put in there and keeping that space as it is. I also think that the setbacks of the tower from the edges of the base are pretty well executed. Will certainly lessen the impact of a structure this size on the adjacent buildings and streets. And the upper story setbacks, they're fairly minimal and, kind of modest, but, you appropriately address the guidelines and does so in a way that presents an overall, very well-designed building with a very attractive upper loggia. That sort of sets off and makes a real statement at the top of the building. And for me, I kind of appreciate that in some respects, it's almost a nod to the Home Savings Building, which has that very prominent parapet fascia as a key element of its design, and your building is similar, it's open and transparent rather than solid and closed off, but it still has that same element of a prominent feature at the upper terminus of the building. And so to me, that's sort of a respectful nod towards it, just modernized and, more clean and open. So, yeah, I think, that's really some good things. I think for things where I can suggest some improvements or notes, I think in a perfect world, I would have preferred to have the 2 masses of those towers where we talked earlier about the offset, where you, rather than doing the northwest and southeast, I might have thought that the northeast and southwest would have been better. But I understood your explanation. I think it makes sense. The only reason I might have offset them differently is because it would give a little bit more separation to the historic building. And, again, I was thinking about pool also, exposed, open to the sun. So I was thinking, well, it would kind of make sense to have that. But I understood your explanation. So I don't feel it's a strong, preference on my part. But it was one of the things that occurred to me as I was analyzing it. Next, the plaza open space facing Brand. I think it's very nice and good scale, as I said. But I also think it's designed like it will be a key entry area in a public plaza. And I think that that's not very likely. There's no place for cars to pull up and stop off, to pick up or drop off. Not transit oriented really. So my prediction is that fewer people will actually enter the site here. Rather they probably use the space more as a true outdoor space. So I would encourage it to be designed with more softscaping than hardscaping, more seating, more of a chill out place rather than the sort of public plaza that it looks to be right now. And then finally, I'll just say I concur with staff's stated conditions or recommendations, which I think are very well considered and would benefit the project. So those are my points, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Walsh. Your comment about the plaza, which plaza were you referring to once again, just so I follow your thoughts?
The one facing Brand, the big one, you know, that's abutting the Home Savings Building, as well as the what's shown is like the main entrance to the building, but really is more just the one facing Brand.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, if I could just jump in real quick. I think Vilya must have mentioned this, and if she did, just let me know. The north half of that plaza, or I don't know if it's half, but there's a required fire access path that doesn't allow for landscape planting or permanently attached anything. So if your point is to soften other parts, we can take that as a part of the condition to, where possible,
Yes.
provide that.
Yeah.
Great.
I did hear that, so yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Minas, do you want to lead us, take over with some thoughts and considerations as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Zmaidas, for carrying this very thoroughly through the project, and the architect's explanation and Mr. Khan's explanation. I agree with Board Member Welsh on his comments. I also have to add that I like the fact that the superstructure is set back from Brand Boulevard quite a bit to allow open space between Brand Boulevard and then the new structure. And overall, I like the project. The housing requirements are, demand are growing in Southern California, Glendale, and they're in great needs for housing, especially in a structure that provides other amenities such as pool and open space and place to relax. So I don't have further comment other than liking the project. Its location is appropriate, close to the freeway. My only thought would be the challenge of putting a 4-level subterranean garage that is close to the freeway, and then with a bunch of conglomerate structures surrounding the project site. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Minas. Board Member Chagayan.
Yes, thank you. I will try to keep it short as well, and I pretty much will echo what Board Member Welsh said. I had very similar notes, and what Board Chair Simonian also mentioned previously about the traffic, but if it's gone through all the processes and it's been given the green light, that is, I guess, out of our purview. I will say I agree with Chair Simonian that seeing your original design definitely had more of that residential feel to me. I mean, it's playful, artistic for sure. It read more residential. This one definitely reads more on the commercial side. While I appreciate the nod to the historic building, I feel like it hasn't been fully thought through. You know, just adding the fins is one thing, but I think you know, to Board Member Welsh's comment about the upper podium, sort of looking like the capping of the home savings buildings, I could see that. I just feel like the mass of the building overall is reading more horizontal, whereas the historic building, it definitely has a verticality to it that I think you can embrace without necessarily copying and you know, making it more cartoon-like the way the architect described it. It might be. So there's that fine line. I feel like it needs a little bit more finesse in that sense. Down at the street level, the renderings are beautiful. It's you know, it's welcoming. It looks very nice. I would just say to reconsider the overall rhythm of the horizontal bands and the commercial-like design that is currently proposed, and try to give a little bit more of that residential feel while still embracing that historic building on that corner. Planning wise, I appreciate that the mass of the building is broken up. I think you guys did a great job there. I do foresee it being slight issue that the parking for that bank building or whatever future building, what tenant is going to be there, that the parking is only on the second, third level, and you have to only use the elevator, because I don't see the stair access having a direct path either. So maybe consider that something to explore as well, to get you a little closer to thinking of the future for that building as well. Aside from that, to echo what Chair Simonian said about the deliveries, etc. It is our new lifestyle, and definitely has to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Chagayan. So overall, I thought this was a very worthwhile discussion this evening, because through the discussion, I think we were able to explore a lot of ideas. I echo almost all my board members' comments. And so I'm going to keep my thoughts very short and concise, because I think they've been already addressed by fellow board members. I'll just start off with what I think are done very well, and really the good parts of this design project, and then I'll follow up with some areas that I also think could benefit with some work. If the intent of the council was to pare back the design, was to kind of go away from the kind of artistic playfulness and to start relating to the existing Chase building, then I think the architect did a good job. The tripartite division of the base, the building, and the top reads well in that sense. The mixture of the open space that's kind of intertwined into the residential tower, I think is well done. It's you know, when you have 24 stories, it's very hard for a resident to go down 4 or 5 stories to get some open air or to have a phone call outdoors or to relax and read a book. But when they're interdispersed throughout the building, they certainly help, because you get sun at different times of the day, you get people using it at the same time, and so that is very helpful. So I think that was done very well. Again, contextually, it is relating to the bank, and I could see where the architect is drawing from that inspiration. But I absolutely agree with my fellow board members in that should be, if that's the intent, and that should be strengthened, where it just doesn't become a gesture and it really becomes a wholehearted kind of a design language, right? And so I do think that there were moments when I thought the fins, the vertical fins, seemed a bit haphazard with their heights, and the design language wasn't yet completely thought out. And it seems as though that's the direction that the architect and the development team has taken. And so I do think that Board Member Welsh's comments with capping that, but more also providing more of an inherent design language to it, will help. I think it's very good that the development team has separated the commercial and the residential traffic access to the building. I think that's very, it's a must. It's a great idea. And so overall, I think those are things that were done very well. Now, for some of my thoughts into how the project could be improved, personally, I work on Brand, and before the pandemic, we were backed up from the freeway all the way to at times 450 North Brand. When I would try to get on Brand at 450 North Brand, traffic was backed up all the way from the freeway to there. We're going to be adding all these cars. I'm absolutely surprised and I'm shocked that Public Works Engineering did not request any kind of street widening along Maryland to alleviate this strain. It's not a possible strain, it's an absolute strain. So that is, I'm flabbergasted. But again, it is what it is, but I urge this project as it moves through to consider that. The Port Cochet idea along Maryland, I think, is a must. If we are not winding Maryland, then we absolutely need to provide that Port Cochet, and whatever release mechanism to our zoning code exists, we should utilize, and it's not going to be a stretch to make the findings for that, to provide for Amazon, FedEx, UPS deliveries, and also Uber and Lyft. I think we need to also think about the valet system with all these residential tenants coming in at peak AM and PM hours, and what's a appropriate queue. Is it the 4 that they have plus the 2 before the gate? Is that enough? That's a parking consultant question. My gut feeling is that along with the Port Cochet could be reconsidered to kind of add additional queue area, which will help you in your leasing, which will help future leasing. When tenants come in to lease the space, if they're waiting forever to pick up their car, they're going to say, well, this is the way life is going to be forever. And we don't want that. And most tenants do come after work to look at units because they're working during the day. So it's just something to consider, but I think it's a very, very strong suggestion to have. As I'm looking over my notes, I already mentioned the market study to look at the larger unit sizes for the empty nesters, where dining, balconies, more of a formal entrance to the units. I think that's not a condition or a consideration. It's just advice for the development team to consider for the long-term viability of the project. In regards to the common open space and the plaza, as Board Member Welsh alluded to, it's really a beautiful space off of Brand. However, the main entrance to the building, vehicular-wise, et cetera, is from Maryland East. And so I think there's an opportunity there to really think about who's going to be using the lower level plaza level. And so you have this residential tower that has common open space in different levels. It has a rooftop deck, which is a very, very well thought out roof deck with great views, and I'm sure it's going to be used extensively. You have the pool area, and then you have the recreation outdoor space to the southwest. All those spaces combined, I think, are going to give the residents, are going to be used by the residential tenants. I think the plaza space is going to be more used by the commercial tenants, which is great. And so I would add program to the east and west of that common open space of the existing 6-story commercial building on the east and west side, amenitize that. I understand that the fire lane needs to stay as is, but there should be a connectivity and an area for the commercial tenants to be able to utilize, because people just go outside these days. I mean, in my office, we go downstairs and we have meetings all the time at that beautiful courtyard. So that, I think, is something that could be improved upon. Board Member Welsh brought this up. it was one of the first things that popped into my mind as well. We have the pool on the northern side. Two issues come up with that, right? You have tremendous amount of freeway noise, number one. Number two is you're really getting sun from the morning hours till about 11 o'clock. After that, it's in shade the entire time. I would have shifted it more down south, and I think that would make sense. But at the same time, it depends what's happening on the south side of you. And it's a parking lot now. At some point, it's going to be developed, understood. But you do have quite a bit of area to work with. And I think ideally, if you just look at the recreation area that you've created to the southwest, along with the abundance of large terraces for some of those fourth level tenants, I think that could be a very easy shift to shift the pool from there to the southwest side. Now you're going to get sun, you're going to get afternoon sun. So to me, it's not a very difficult fix, but it's something that I would look into if I was the architect or developer for this project. I also concur with board member Chagayan. My initial thought as I looked at the renderings was more of a commercial or hotel building. And I hadn't really even looked at it as, what is it? I just kind of looked at the renderings. That's kind of what came to my mind. I didn't think residential. I see where the architect's going with it. I understand it. But I too thought that the initial design language was more soothing for a gateway project for a city. But that's more of a creative architect speaking. And I absolutely understand that council might have different thoughts on that. And I'm not sure if all the council members would strongly agree or disagree. But in any case, that was a thought that I had as well. And so the biggest challenge, I think, with the viability of this project is going to be kind of the impact of the traffic and how do we eliminate what is already an impacted corner. And so I would always circle around to that question as this project is going through the different phases from planning commission on ultimately the city council, is how do we lessen the impact, mitigate the impact versus adding to it. And Public Works did not make those comments to widening the street, but that, again, I don't understand that. But I think the porte-cochere and other things are a must. And I would really urge to revisit that because there is room along Maryland to do that. And I think it would serve the city and this project well. Those are my holistic thoughts as well. And so Mr. Platt and Ms. Zimitaitis, please let us know if you need further clarification, thoughts, comments, etc. As I'm sure you've been taking these notes on how to best formalize our thought process for council to consider. Thank you.
I do have, I think everyone is very clear, and I think we'll be able to transfer this to City Council very well. One point that you just made, Mr. Simonian, reflecting your thoughts as well as Board Member Chagayan's about the commercial appearance of the building and maybe find ways to soften that or give it a more residential look. Do you have any specific direction, any of the board members that could help with that, or should we just leave it open-ended?
Well, I'm trying to get the renderings up. Well, I mean, as we look at sheet 4 and let's say sheet 5 of the rendering, where sheet 5 is taken at in the evening hours with the light, etc., and now you're really seeing some of the voids that are created in the facade because of the light and dark aspects of the facade. That starts to give you depth, right? But in reality, these are all spandrel glass, and you don't have that depth. So an office building typically has spandrel glass from the bottom to the top, and it has a very orthogonal kind of look to it. Whereas in residential buildings have those voids, they have those recesses. And so as a very general concept, I would say the boxiness of it is more in line with the use of an office, with the use of a hotel, versus residential tends to have more playfulness. Is that general enough, Mr. Platt, or do you think we need some more specifics?
You know, we'll relay whatever you want us to. I just thought that was one point that I would have trouble if council asked us what did the board mean. I wouldn't have been able to answer that. So
yeah, for
just
example, when you look at sheet
a little
10,
more playfulness, a little less boxiness. And we can also discuss this with the architecture team before the hearing to see if they have any thoughts that they might want to have in their back pocket for the council hearing.
right? You know, if you just look at sheets 7 at the bottom right and 10 of the package, you will see that on page 7 there's that depth to it. Whereas in 10, all of a sudden the boxiness of the design really is illuminated, is depicted, is probably a better word. Whereas in the lightness of the light and shade is illuminated in sheet 7. That would be, I think, a quick perception of what I meant.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to read back or just we'll take these comments? Okay.
I did notice one last comment I had that I have not highlighted during the discussion, but in that at some point the discussion was made towards, you know, the elevator serving both the commercial existing bank and the residential. If those are somehow separated, I think it would help the viability, leasing feasibility of the commercial building in the future, where they're not going through the lobby of the residential building. That's just, again, a thought as far as site planning and access. Besides that, my fellow board members, does anybody require a read back, or is there any portions that we would like to, or does anybody have any comments that we would like to strengthen with staff?
I'll only add my echo to the comment about the transit access, the Port Cochere, widening of Maryland, some of those solutions to be considered, because I'm in total agreement with both you and Mr. Guy about the concern that I would have about the traffic around that area and the impacts from these other uses. So I definitely want to echo that.
Thank you, Board Member Welsh. Okay. Well, hopefully we were of help to the development team and to the project. I think a lot of good thoughts were brought forward. We wish you well, and we look forward to this project going through the different stages as it goes through our city.
It was very helpful. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much.
Ms. Zimitidis and board members, can I request a 5-minute recess before we start the other projects? So with that, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes and then we'll reconvene and go on to the next agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amelia, you're on mute.
Thank you. Mrs. Zadi, would you like to give the presentation for the next case on the agenda?
Sure thing. Um, can everyone see my screen? Yes? Super. Good evening and thank you. This is case number PDR 2112818 for the project site located at 1732 Wabasso Way. The project site is a 14,400 square foot rectangular shaped interior lot located in the R1 zone, FAR District 1. Originally developed in 1930, the site currently features a one-story, approximately 1,400 square foot single-family house with a detached one-car garage located towards the rear. The existing house and detached garage will be demolished as part of the proposal. The property does not appear to meet any criteria for listing on any national, state, or local register for historic resources and is not considered a historic resource under CEQA. The site also features an existing swimming pool and a detached ADU at the rear. Both will be maintained as part of this project, and the site is accessed via an existing driveway along Wabasso, which will be maintained and expanded as part of the project. The applicant is proposing to construct a new one-story, 2,719 square foot single-family house with an attached two-car garage. Overall, the site planning is appropriate. The building footprint is cited on the lot in a way to address zoning regulations, including setbacks, parking, and landscaping. There's no predominant neighborhood pattern related to garage location, and the proposed attached two-car garage is integrated appropriately with the overall design of the new house. New metal gates are also identified on the site plan, and staff is recommending a condition of approval that these be set back from the building walls, as well as the final design be submitted for staff review and approval. New drought-tolerant landscaping is proposed throughout most of the site, including a new water feature at the front with a landscaped green screen wall facing Wabasso. Towards the rear of the property, there are also some existing landscaped areas that will be maintained. For reference, this is an image of the proposed floor plan. Overall, the mass and scale of the one-story project is appropriate to the design concept and the context of the surrounding neighborhood, which features a mix of architectural styles. The house will remain one story, which is consistent with the existing conditions as well as the neighborhood pattern. Massing is also broken up through the use of recessed building forms, changes in facade planes, and varied roof heights. The overall height of the new house will be 19 feet 9 inches, where 25 feet is the maximum permitted based off the 2 and 12 roof pitch. The project includes a nested, the project includes a nested shed roof design that is compatible with the overall project, and the use of the 212 roof pitch is consistent throughout the entire project. In terms of design and detailing, the consistency in the use of materials and colors reinforces the design concept of the new house. The entryway has appropriately been integrated into the design and features a covered, recessed, single door entry with side lights that is set back from the street. The new windows will be aluminum clad and a combination of fixed encasement. And at the rear, the design features large sliding glass stacking doors for the patio area. The proposed materials for the house include smooth stucco in an off-white color, comp shingle roof, and horizontal wood siding along the front elevation, and a vertical wood lattice towards the rear. The new windows will be black aluminum and an appropriate combination of fixed encasement and will be recessed in the opening with a sill and frame. As it relates to public comments, staff received written comments from one resident in the immediate area, and they had concerns regarding the property potentially being historic. We also received a letter from the Verdugo West Homeowners Association regarding the proposed design. In the letter, they cite some concerns with lighting, some of the massing and the roof forms, and the material usage. Both of these were provided to you for your consideration, and a copy is on file with the planning department. Staff is recommending approval of the project with conditions. The conditions relate to the gates and fences, identifying downspouts and mechanical equipment. Staff is also recommending the applicant consider extending the wood siding above the garage door all the way up to the roof. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Board members, yes, Board Member Chagayan?
Yes, I was wondering when you pointed out the metal gate being set back, is your intent to have it set back, for example, on sheet A30, part of the wood wraps and it stops at a window? Is the intent for it to stop at that line?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I think you're on mute, so I'm going to go ahead and ask a question. Yeah, I had a question about the wood siding around the corner. Shouldn't it? I mean, isn't it this typical that we would have that end at a inside corner? Because it just seems that it ends like in the middle of the wall on the side of the garage.
Typically, and it goes back to the recommended condition regarding the fence. Typically, what we ask for is that the gate or fence be set back from the building wall. And on many projects like this, the appropriate termination is where it meets with the gate.
Okay, so the gate would be the determining factor then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Though in this case, we wouldn't object to the siding continuing and encompassing the door and then ending at that corner that we see there.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? So with that, we'll open up the presentation by the applicant. Who would like to speak on behalf of the applicant?
I'll go ahead and speak on behalf of the applicant.
Your name for the record, please.
Armin Isagoli with Motiform.
Welcome.
Great. Should I go right ahead?
Absolutely.
All right, great. Thank you, Vista, again, for that excellent presentation and for working with us throughout this process to make sure that we adhere and follow all the city guidelines, City of Glendale guidelines. So my name is Armin Isagoli, and I'm part of a team here at architects with R&R team at Motiform that worked on this project. The current owners, our clients, purchased this property back in 2012. They have been growing their family at this home since then. They reached out to us last year looking into increasing square footage of the home to accommodate their growing family for needs and functions. Our initial due diligence study was looking into maintaining the current home actually and providing an addition and remodeling effort to accommodate the functionality that the owners were looking for. But due to the 50% demolition rule in the municipal code, we were unable to make those design modifications without exceeding that 50%. So this current home was built back in 1930 and has seen various remodeling efforts and additions throughout the years. The existing roof has actually 3 separate roofs that clearly delineate various efforts of project development for the past 90 years. So our design efforts took to this next step, which was actually demolishing the current home to start with a clean slate and comply with the current development standards of the city, which we believe the city prefers based on comprehensive design guidelines. The design on Wabasa Way, where our current project is located, as Vista mentioned, is composed of eclectic architectural styles along the street. But there were a handful of homes on the street that were similar to the ranch-style homes that are prevalent in the city of Glendale, which was popular in the mid 50s and 60s. We developed a design that adhered and respected the current architectural style of the neighborhood by designing a contemporary ranch home that has identifying features to fit well with the surrounding fabric of the neighborhood. So taking this into consideration, we designed a broad kind of one-story shape envelope the layout with a moderate overhang that is consistent with ranch-style homes. Other identifying features that we integrated into the design and are consistent with ranch-style homes are the front entry slightly off-center, which has the varying setback at the front, enhances this feature, while being sheltered under the main main roof of the house. The garage attached to the main facade, that's another prevalent style with ranch homes, and the large picture windows are generally present, and asymmetrical facades, which we did by breaking up that current facade, but we tried to keep it as simple as possible. All of these features are common to ranch style homes and that we've integrated into our design and our layout to straighten our design. In ranch style homes, there's typically a combination of cladding materials, and that's what we did with this stucco and horizontal wood siding. And we try to keep a minimum with not being overly massive in size or in materials. And the architectural elements that are slanted are also prevalent in ranch style homes, which we kind of did with the one simple roof shape encompassing the whole home. And the multiple window shapes and sizes that are also prevalent, with corner windows and the boxed eaves. So this ranch style home is originated back in Southern California in the mid 30s all the way up and got popular in 50s and 60s. So we believe we're appropriate. We're creating a design that's appropriate with a contemporary spin of the style while respecting the scale and style of the surrounding homes on Wabasa Way. I think Vista did a fantastic job of going through all the plans. But if there's any questions that we need to further dig into it, I'm more than happy to answer any follow-up questions on the layout and the design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sugali. Board members, any questions for the applicant? Board member Chagayan?
Yes, in the site plan where your text says 32 square foot covered porch, it doesn't encompass that entire square, right? You just mean the small overhang of the roof in front of the front door.
That's correct.
Okay, and then could you talk me through sort of the design decision with slanting the windows on the right-hand side of the home versus keeping them horizontal for the entry and basically?
Sure, absolutely. So the entry is kind of a separate element that we're maintaining. And then for the other, both sides, I think we're trying to stay with the style of that roof and accommodating to that certain slope. We tried not to, we originally studied slanting that roof as well, the transom up above that entryway, but it started interfering with that roof slant with the other. So it created a little offset that we didn't like. And I think it works well with the other forms, but it doesn't work well for the entry. So we did actually study that. That was a good point out.
Mr. Isagali, in
Yes.
regards to the water feature next to the front entry door, can you shed some more light on the design details?
Sure. We actually haven't yet gone into the design development of that. This is really just an initial idea that we're exploring with the owner, the client, that there is going to be a water feature at that location to break apart the two forms instead of creating. So as you walk into this space, it kind of creates this little open air with light transferring into that kind of entryway. So instead of going into a dark area, you have some light and a play of water with reflections into the main entry of the home.
I see. Thank you. Board member Walsh.
Yeah, question for you. With this offset roof that you've got there, you have a great opportunity for inserting clear story windows in there, which would very much benefit bringing light into that central portion of the house, which is it's a very tall space. But you're not accessing all of your points of light. So did you consider doing that?
We actually did consider that, and I think one thing that we were hoping that if it was slightly offset in a different solar kind of method, that I think on the north side it would have been great. But because it's coming from that west side, we're afraid that that light is going to be directly shining in certain locations in certain times of the year, and it's going to be directly in that kind of in the home as kind of really shining bright because it's that west facade. But we did definitely consider that.
Did you consider alternating those roof forms so that the light could be coming from the east instead?
From the east side, yeah, we did. But the way that the layout of the home is, and if you, if we could go back to that site plan, if you could take a look at it, on the west side, we're aligning all of the private area because of the existing ADU on the west side. We're aligning most of the function of the layout of the bedrooms and everything on that west side, and more of the public space on the east side, which aligns with the pool. So I think we did explore that, but because the square footage of the private areas aligns well on that side, it's difficult to get those two forms to play with each other if we did it the other way.
I see. Okay, thank you.
By the way, going through your package, very much appreciate your architectural guidelines portion, more specifically your diagram regarding wind patterns and sun. We certainly appreciate you taking the time to explore that, and it is refreshing to see that. In regards to the entryway, you have the master bedroom window that's got the slanted top. Did you ever explore what the facade would look like instead of using a kind of a detached clear story? If you had a similar sort of a form where you could still have you could have a 4-foot door, side lights, and then the storefront system extends, and then kind of an angled top as the master bedroom storefront system is doing. Did you explore that and at all regarding that front entry door?
Make sure I understand that question. Did we explore the entry being kind of one with that guest room, office room as one element?
Correct.
We did, but I think because of the layout and the square footage, we were playing really with that setback. And the current setback that we actually have, and I know it was one of the kind of complaints by the Verdugo Woodlands HOA, is that the current setback, we're actually, only 16% of that setback is within that, is at 27 feet. The rest are at 30, 34, and 39 feet, which actually is quite far from that setback. So I think we were playing with that form, and we're trying to break up so we don't create this overly massive one shape on the front facade.
Understood. And I'm not referring to the form or the location of the form or the setback. I'm simply asking a question about your front door, the side lights, and the top clear story light window, where there's a gap between the front door header and the sill of the clear story. Whereas you have a window system on the master bedroom side facing the street that is very different, and I would assume building would benefit if the master bedroom storefront system was depicted at the front entry, and it would holistically tie together. And I'm wondering if you had explored that.
Sure. We actually can explore that. That's a great comment. If taking that transom down lower and creating that angle to kind of mirror what the roof line is doing. Is that the comment?
Correct.
Perfect. Yeah, we could explore that with our the owner and see how that works.
Right. Because in a sense, then you would define your entry, you would mimic your rooftop, and also bring in northern light, that light into it, and at the same time not introduce a new window language which is throwing off your kind of a holistic system right now that you got going, in my opinion. But thank you for exploring that, or we'll explore that in the future. Board members, do we have any other questions before we open it up to the board member Welsh, please?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question, or two really. One was staff's condition, or I guess consideration is really more of what it was, about the bringing the wood on the garage up to the roof plane. And then secondly, in relation to the Verdugo Woodlands letter about the Ipe wood itself, about it being an endangered thing and not environmentally sensitive. I don't know if you've put any thought to that or have any reaction to either of those things. I'd appreciate your feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. So for your first question, the Ipe wood at the garage, the recommendation to go all the way up to the roof, we actually initially explored in our first design where the Ipe wood was only in that one location that was separating the two forms, which is in the middle. We originally wanted that no Ipe at the garage area. And I think this is just working with the city, and we introduced that on both sides. But our initial idea was really just that middle facade in the center where that office and guest room is. That's what's breaking up the two forms, and the rest is more of a uniform style of just the stucco. So that was our initial idea. So and then Vista with the city, I think their recommendation was to go up, and we said we would love to go in with the city with at least, instead of going all the way up to the top, at least more just in line at the garage if we have to put something there. But hoping that we would not like to put that, we rather have nothing there and just have that be the white stucco, and only have the Ipe be at that one location. And so the comment with the Ipe wood itself, we understand, that comment, but it might be less sustainable wood than others, but Ipe wood is more durable. And it makes it a good choice because the life cycle of this durable material is compared to pine and oak, where it rots and weathers more easily, will be replaced with something else, which in the end is less sustainable than actually using a durable material that lasts longer. The Ipe woods are naturally resistant to rot. They're resistant to most insects. So there's a lot of things that are amazing with heat dispersion. So it's a great durable material that we're using. We're not doing a lot of it. It's very, located in one area. So I think, that remark is acceptable, but I think we're only doing it in one area. So.
I guess, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, one other follow-up question. There wasn't a detail on, at least maybe I missed it, but on the lighting elements and the depiction that shows above the front door. It looks like a chandelier, frankly, hanging from there. Can you elaborate on what is the intent behind lighting there at the front door?
Sure. I think we're keeping it very minimal with lighting, and I know that comment came up with lighting. You could see in the night rendering on one of the sheets, there is a pendant located outside, but other than that, it's really just the interior lighting that's going to be lighting up that interior, and the two kind of sconces at the garage. Other than that, we're not creating an overly, crazy lighting scheme for this design.
Mr. Isagali, as a follow-up to Board Welch's question regarding the siding, Ipe siding around the garage, have you considered utilizing a different type of siding for the garage piece? And so then you would have this kind of A-B kind of symmetry, repetitiveness to it. And so then you could have the siding go all the way up, and it would not be as heavy. And it could be some other form of horizontal siding that's not of a natural kind of Ipe wood, whatever type of hardy siding. Have you considered that? To eliminate that kind of horizontal stucco band above the garage, have you considered utilizing a different type of siding for that building block?
No, I think we want to keep that front facade, again, very simple, just by adding that Ipe wood just in that one location. And we're okay with adding it just in that up to the garage, up to that garage level, and that's okay. But we believe that just the landscaping itself with a white stucco is enough with the glass. There's a lot of materials. Just to introduce another one makes it a little more complex, and we're really trying to keep it a very simple kind of facade for our design.
All right. Do we have any more questions for the applicant before we open it up to public comments? Board Member Chagayan.
Yes, just one last question. Did you ever consider possibly breaking up the roof on the front half where the garage and the entry would still have the same angle, but bring your top plate a little lower so that it's not creating such a large, basically blank wall on top of the garage and the entry?
Yeah, that's a great comment. Yes, we actually did explore various heights. We believe that for a one-story home, this was a reasonable height for that. But we are open to exploring slightly lower top plates. We want to create a spacious interior for that, for the owner. But we are open to modifying that slightly here and there to accommodate that size in the front facade.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I assume there's no more questions for the applicant, and so let's open it up to public comments. Ms. Simitidis, are there any callers for this case?
Yes, we have two callers this evening for this case. The first caller is Ms. Catherine Yurka. Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Simonian and DRB members. I'm calling on behalf of the Verdugo Woodlands West HOA. First, would someone please explain what the 50% demolition rule is that the applicant referenced? I've never heard of this preventing an owner from adding on to an existing house. This house is quite lovely, and if the owners wanted to keep it and expand, could staff or the DRB please say why that's not possible? We wanted to highlight a few of our concerns from our comment letter. With some changes, we believe the project would fit into the streetscape and appreciate the applicant's effort to do that, and it would better conform with the design guidelines. The almost 20-foot height of this one-story building is strikingly tall. It actually reminds me of a Googie-style restaurant. The apex is at the entry. We cannot agree with staff that the entry is appropriately integrated into the design and avoids a sense of monumentality. To reduce the monumentality, we recommend that the DRB lower the roof height and reduce the pitch. These changes would better fit the neighborhood in general and the similarly situated residents at 1719 Wabasso Way specifically. As we note in our letter, there are 5 different volumes at the front facade with almost as many visible roof planes. We believe the design and the entry would benefit from greater simplicity, something actually more like the general concept for building volumes at the rear of the house, as well as the front elevation at 1719 Wabasso. We do like the idea of clear-story windows, but only on a simpler facade, of course. And we note the front of the house is on the north side with the least light, not the west side. We still aren't sure about the current and proposed new front setback. We do know the project extends to the minimum required setback at both sides. We urge the DRB to maintain the historic front setback, which is part of the rhythm of the neighborhood development pattern and costs the applicants little on the 14,000 square foot lot. And please, Ipe wood is not sustainable for the reasons listed in our letter. These are slow-growing, unfarmed trees. Using this wood, because it's more durable, is not superior to a different material that you might need to replace in 20 years. And I just hope the owners will consider that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next caller, Christine Sauclida. Christine Sauclida. Forgive me for mispronouncing the last name. Yes, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christine Sauclida, and I'm a resident of Verdugo Woodlands. I'm calling to ask that you please insist right now on the opportunity to review the lighting plans before you approve it, for this project and for all future projects. Lighting plans need to be submitted to you and available to the public. There is no lighting plan here, and even though on page 6 staff have apparently signed off on one, the rendering shows some fixtures. That's not a plan. It is great to see that highlighting components have been added to staff's design analysis under this section, equipment, trash, and drainage. But these are all areas of design that applicants feel free to ignore and sort out later. You can see that this has happened with this project. The downspout of the mechanical equipment locations are not identified on the plan. Surprise, when the city doesn't insist applicants submit complete plans before they bring the project to DRB, applicants do not submit complete plans. There is a really easy fix for this. Insist all these things be included before the project goes to DRB. Lighting needs to be part of the same public process as other design features. Overlighting is becoming a problem in the Woodlands, and as staff knows, there has been a great deal of conflict over staff's approval of a lighting plan at a project on Opeechee, the street I live on. This house has more than 20 lights on it. The renderings show 8. The number does not include the 2 lights on the large post on the front setback, which the applicant denied any knowledge of at a DRB meeting, but which have been built. The lighting is completely excessive, will be harmful to wildlife, and is already infuriating neighbors. Please stop this bad practice and begin with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more callers?
There are no other callers for this project.
I believe one of the callers wanted some more clarification on the 50% demolition rule. Could staff provide some basic feedback for the caller, please?
Absolutely. So all projects in general, when we are looking at additions, we look at demolition of outside wall and roof area. It's a fairly detailed review that we do for these types of projects. If that demolition exceeds 50% of the total wall and roof area, then the project is considered a brand new house. So it automatically triggers design review board. It automatically will be required to be brought into compliance with all current zoning standards, which include setbacks. So as an example, if the demo were to be over 50% and the house had a non-conforming 4-foot interior setback or a non-conforming 20-foot front setback, the 50% rule would say you need to bring this into compliance, you need to move these building walls. So a lot of projects generally just opt for demolition and new construction when they start getting too close to that number.
Thank you very much. And before we address the lighting question, Ms. Zemazaitis, are there any more callers? The applicant has a rebuttal opportunity to address the callers. And if you would also address the lighting question as well, and if there's any portions of your drawing set that depict those or what you have in mind. Go ahead, sir, Mr. Isagali.
Sure, thank you. I'll start off with the lighting. I think we mentioned the lighting. We currently, part of the DRB process doesn't have lighting, but once it does become a standard to include lighting plan, we're more than happy to include that. This home and design, we're not going to have an overly big lighting design where there's a lot of lights for this home. We're trying to keep it simple again. So we're going to comply once we go into the building process for lighting. For the Ipe wood, I think I answered that in my previous comments. I still think it's a much better material and durable, and we're only using it and limited to one certain area, and it's not covered throughout the home. We're actually, for our design, we would like to actually take it away from the garage and only have it in that one element in the front, which reduces it quite a bit. I don't know if setback was mentioned, but I think I talked about that earlier too, that setback We're at 27 feet. The average setback, that's part of the development standards that we did the calculation, is at 25. So we're actually 2 feet away from that at 27, and that's only 16% of the front facade. The rest of the volumes are further back. And I think in that comprehensive design guideline, it actually says that recessing or otherwise articulating building entries for visual entrance is preferred. So that's kind of what we did with our design. I think I answered those questions. Is there anything else that I missed?
I think the rebuttal period is completely up to you to bring forth comments, rebuttals, etc., based on callers.
Actually, there was
more specifically also add to that the lighting which you addressed. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, there's actually one more comment. I think in that Verdugo Woodlands kind of comments, I think it mentions about the curb cut, but the curb cut is existing. We're just maintaining that same width. The actual reason that the driveway is extending a little bit more, only because we have to comply with the current development standards, which puts our garage 6 feet away from the setback, which the current design is right on the property line. So our curb cut is staying the same. We're just extending the driveway a little bit to accommodate the new location for the garage.
Thank you. So with that, board members, do we have any more questions for the applicant, or can we close the public portion and move on to deliberation? So with that, I will close the public portion. Board member Chagayan, would you like to start us off on this?
Sure, thank you. Overall, I mean, I'd like to, let me just pull up my screen so I can look at something while I'm speaking. I like the design. I think it's clean. It's appealing to the eye. I appreciate the applicant's sort of documentation and thought process explaining how they got to the design of where they are today. I do think the front facade needs a little bit of rework in terms of something's just not working, right? So when you're slanting the windows on the right-hand side, particularly that guest bedroom is wrapped with the wood siding, and it's such a horizontal vocabulary, and you have a corner window condition where one side of the window is slanted, the other side is straight. Something is not reading well for me in terms of that vocabulary and the entry as well, and the garage. So I'm glad to hear that you said the original part of the design didn't include the Ipe wood on the garage. I would agree with you in that sense. I would probably go with Chair Simonian's suggestion of introducing a different horizontal siding maybe on the garage. I do feel like even though you have such a low pitch roof, I think you have an opportunity the way you've laid it out, where the garage and the foyer, you can lower that section of roof at least by 18 inches to sort of bring down the massing of the front, the upper half that is sort of just feeling like it's not really worked out right now. If you were to break up that roof, bring that half down at least 18 inches, I think it would really help in visually bring that all together, and then take into consideration that transom over the entry and possibly slanting it. I think you could lose the pendant over that entry. I don't think it is working as it's currently depicted in the rendering. I think with such a clean design that you have going on, you can continue that sconce look. I also think possibly you could try exploring if that guest bedroom is the only element that's wrapped with that wood siding. I think it could become sort of its own element. Maybe it's flat roof, and lower, so it's not really just sticking out like a sore thumb. There's just something about the little details that I think can get reworked with that front facade that would really help tie it all together. I think right now, currently, the rear elevation and rendering is working a lot better with this ranch style, the way you were describing the design and how you got to it, than it's working in the front. Because of the recesses, I think you need to take those opportunities and sort of tie it all together. I agree with the gate setbacks from the staff's comments. Overall, I think, it's beautifully designed. I think my main concern was the front. I think needs a little bit more rework with those suggestions, if you're open to them, and or if my fellow board members agree. And then the actual use of the ipe wood versus not, I don't feel strongly one way or the other. I think it looks beautiful, and like you said, you're using it in a small portion, and if you eliminate it from the garage altogether, I think that helps with that as well. I think that covered the bulk of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Chagayan. Board Member Minas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, staff and architect for presentation of the project. Considering that a one-story building is being replaced by another one-story building, I don't particularly, worry about excessive mass. The mass is perfect. I would agree with Board Member Chagayan that the front, when you look at this building from the front, it can be revised. I'm not an architect. I don't know how to work it out, but the front facade could be kind of improved. The appearance can be improved by maybe reducing the mass slightly. But overall, again, this is very compatible to the surrounding neighborhood, not an aggressive profile by any means. The square footage is modest, and it's not excessive. And I like the design. I like the design. It's very, very nice, clean, clear design. I would just add or emphasize the conditions of the staff to set back the gates from the front facade, and again, the wood extension above the garage. I don't know how much, addition or sophistication, it would add to the overall appearance. I like that white exposure above the garage. So those are my comments. I overall like the project with slight modification to the front, the profile of the building.
Thank you, Board Member Minas. Board Member Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will echo several of the comments already made here. I applaud the applicant for using some restraint in the programming of this. Keeping it one story is respectful. The use of a mid-century modern design is very much in keeping with the eclecticism of the neighborhood. And I think that while it's a shame to lose a beautiful Spanish style house, which I am a big fan of. But nevertheless, I understand, and I think that the design was executed with restraint. So I appreciate that. I also, generally like the design. I think it's largely well executed, but like Board Member Chagay and I have very similar kinds of issues with that. Treatment of the windows, and I think Board Member Chair Simonian mentioned this as well. The treatment of those windows, it's just a little off in that entry area, and I think that's. It could be better executed to be more in keeping with the window treatments that are done on the right hand side of the house, which are beautiful. I love it. I love the corner windows. I love how that's integrated there, and I think something that is more responsive to that design language would be better for the overall design. It would help. There was a comment about monumentality made, which it's borderline. Overly monumental there because of the height, and I think Board Member Chagayan's suggestion of lowering that roof plane down, I think is correct. I think that will help mitigate the excess amount of stucco that I see, especially if you're going to add more with removing the ipe wood on the garage side. So I think that should be considered. At first the notion of the two offset sheds made sense when I was thinking, oh yeah, great, it's going to have clear stories, but there's no clear stories there. There's really no justification for that. It's really just about height, and I don't think that the height is really necessary. I think you've got plenty of height in there. It'll still be a very spacious volume that you'll have inside the house. I just think that the exterior presence of the house will be improved by reducing the slope a little bit and lowering the height down a little bit. I think, and doing something that is more responsive to the slanted windows that are on the right side would be an improvement. I also agree with Board Member Chagayan. The rear facade is well executed. I love the little wood lattice thing, very nice mid-century touch. And so I think that is well executed, and that is more like that same design language of the windows on the front on that right hand side. So I think that it continues through more successfully in the rear. So that's it. Those would be my suggestions. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Welsh. I mostly concur with my board members. I also think it is a very good example of a design. I appreciate the restraint of not going 2 stories. I appreciate the fact that there has been a concise effort to maintain bigger front setback and to align it with the building next door or with one of the buildings next door. And overall, whenever we have a 1-story proposal, it's always celebrated. I also like the simplicity of the design language. I like the effort that the architect and the design team has taken with their diagrams and the thoughtfulness of the landscape and the integration of the landscape into the design. And I could tell that wholeheartedly the design team has passionately spent time designing this project, and they feel strongly about it. And I think that's wonderful that they have this inspiration, and that's and that should be celebrated. My comments are going to be very simple. Just the front entry door system and the transom window above, which I commented on earlier. I think by changing that for my comments earlier will greatly enhance the cohesiveness of this design. In regards to the ipe, since that's come up for discussion, whether taking it all the way up as far as the facade material or lowering the roof, I could go either way on that based on board member comments. I personally, there's something to be said about not having it there and just having it as a stucco wall. I also like the fact that we have one roof plane that kind of goes from the garage all the way up and over the entry. But I wouldn't object to lowering it either. And I'm going to leave that kind of up to Board Member Chagayan and Welch with conditions. But I'd just be happy if we just removed it and kept it as a stucco. Condition number 1 that staff has is a good condition. Condition number 2 would be a good condition as well. Of course, consideration number 3, I already made comments on. Those are my comments. Would we, do we feel as though we should have staff at this point kind of summarize the thoughts and conditions so far that's been presented, and to see where there is a need for clarification?
Happy to do that if you'd like.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Black.
I'll hit all the points where I think there was consensus. I believe that everyone's overall quite happy with the design, but sees room for improvement, particularly at the front facade. Board Member Chagayan suggested lowering the roof plates by 18 inches, and I didn't hear any objection to that. So that could become a condition. There's, I think everyone spoke about the difference between the window and door system at the entry versus the windows to the right, and asked that there be coordination so that the door system is more similar to the windows on the right side of the house. I'm not sure if there was agreement. I think if that were to happen, I'm not sure that the slanted aspect above the door would really apply anymore. I think that was mentioned a couple of times. There was this condition to delete the pendant light fixture and include sconce lighting at the entry. In terms of the garage and the stucco, I just wanted to explain where staff was coming from with our concern about that being an all stucco box. The design guidelines call for a distribution of materials around the house and to highlight volumetric relationships between different parts of a building. We have so many people coming to us who just want to stucco their entire house, and we say, the board doesn't allow stucco boxes. The guidelines don't allow stucco boxes. This is getting pretty close to that with just the addition of the wood box at the front for the guest bedroom. It's, of course, these are guidelines and not rules, and we will impose any requirements that you make, but especially at the current height. But I think even if the garage were lowered, I'm just a little worried that that would be a big box. And I'm wondering if the board might think that incorporating something like the screen at the rear that Board Member Welch liked, is that something that could be brought around to the front also, perhaps at the side of the garage, to kind of soften the stucco surfaces there and kind of provide a little integration with the other woodwork on the front of the building. So I leave that just as a thought before we finalize these. And my notes got scattered over a couple of different pages tonight, so let me make sure I'm hitting everything. Reduce the mass, front entry. Yeah, I think, and then support for staff conditions, except for the consideration on number 3, depending on how you decide to go with the garage treatment.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Board Member Wolf.
Yeah, I think my concern with the original condition number 3 with the wood siding going all the way up was that it would be just very massive with the wall expanse that was there. If the roof is lowered, that area would become less, and so it would become, less massive than I was fearful that it would appear. I appreciate Mr. Platt's comment, and generally I did like the way that the materials were distributed along the facade. So I recognize that was the intent, and I applaud that intent. So I think we need to either allow for that wood treatment to be done and bring it all the way up, or another material, as was, I think, suggested by a couple of the board members.
I'm sorry, I forgot that, yeah.
So I'm open to either of those, but I kind of agree with Mr. Platt that I'm not sure about the stucco being all there. So I think we should probably do something on that. But generally speaking, the readback I heard from Mr. Platt was in very much alignment with my thinking.
Board Member Welsh, point well taken, Mr. Pat. Point well taken, and Ed made the comment originally too, was perhaps incorporating a different material on the garage piece. One that is compatible to the EPEG, but is different enough where it becomes its own element. So I sense some pushback from the designers, and I could tell they're passionate. So perhaps a condition could be an either or, right? Incorporate a different siding, horizontal siding material for the garage portion and wrap it around the corner, or lower the height of the garage roof, etc. That's maybe a way to address that to move forward. I also personally feel strongly that the design will benefit with a storefront system similar to the master bedroom to be incorporated at the entry area where there's a door, commercial storefront system, side lights, and then angled transom above. I think the angleness of the entire front facade with the windows doesn't quite work with the rectilinear windows. So with that, does anybody want to put together a condition based on what Mr. Platt has suggested, and maybe some thoughts have come up?
Yeah, I'll see if I can move this. And as to your last comment, Mr. Simoni, I concur with you about the treatment for the entryway. I think that it would benefit from being a more holistic approach, similar to the way that those angled windows are presented on the right side of the house. I see the applicant raising his hand, Mr. Chairman. Do you want to do something about that?
I noticed that as well. I think you were about to put forward a motion. So since you brought it forward, Board Member Welsh,
okay.
If it's okay for the applicant to interject for a moment while you were speaking, I'm open for that.
You're the chair.
Yeah, Mr. Ishigali, yes, please, 15 seconds. Let us know what.
Thank you. Yeah, just quick. Mr. Platt mentioned something great. I think that condition, I think from what Nina said, if we lower the roof line down to from that 9'6" top plate to the 8 I think we could explore that. I think that would look good for the overall design. And if we could take that kind of vertical wood element that we had on the rear of the home and bring it to the front where that water feature is, I think that separates the two elements and breaks down, and it creates a distribution of the material. And I think that will look good. And I think your comment about the transom window, we could probably explore that as well. Once we bring that roof line down and bring that as an angled element, we could explore that too. So those are great comments. I just wanted to reiterate kind of our thoughts as we're going through it too.
That was more than 15 seconds, but well worth. So,
okay, so
I'm going to close the public portion again. Board Member Walsh.
Okay, so going back to the one outstanding item, I think we're generally in alignment on the rest about the treatment of the garage. So I think we present a staff to revisit with the applicants the treatment of siding at the garage area, that it should represent a balance of materials, which could include the Ipe wood or an alternative siding material or a similar vertical trellis type feature similar to the back to again tie the design together a bit more holistically to resolve that garage wall treatment. Does that sound okay?
I think so.
And I'm sorry, could you repeat just the last part of what you said? I have lower the plate height, provide a balance of materials, whether it's Ipe or an alternative material to work with the proposed Ipe.
An alternative siding material or a treatment similar to the wood lattice, the vertical wood lattice, as shown on the rear elevation, a similar representation on the front elevation.
Okay, that's clear. We can write that up easily. So, and again, if I may interject, just on the staff perspective, the comment from Kathy Yurka about Ipe, just as a general thought, not that we're going to hold this against this project, but it's something that's out in the world that this is a problematic hardwood that is leading to environmental issues worldwide, well, wherever it's harvested. We do now have a sustainability czar. I can't remember officially. Would the board be interested in exploring whether there are any building materials that we should either discourage or perhaps even prohibit in Glendale? This would have to be a much higher level decision-making process than just us informally telling people at the counter they can and can't use something. But this could be the beginning of a discussion of that issue if the board were interested.
Yeah, I think that would be a useful exercise. And I believe, do we not have a sustainability commission?
Yes, we have a commission and a czar.
So I think it might be something that's the Sustainability Commission. We could make a referral to them to look into this and potentially look at a joint meeting to discuss the kinds of things that we would do in that regard towards sustainability.
Okay, I'll raise that with the planning division powers and see where we can take this. But I think it's a good idea.
There's also, and we've digressed in regards to this case, but there's also quite a bit of cementitious siding that come in a slew of different colors, looks, feel, and there are cementitious siding out there by some reputable companies that, if you look at it from 20 feet away, you wouldn't know if it's Ipe or not.
That's right.
And it lasts a lot longer because you don't need to paint it. You don't need to, you don't need to treat it. You don't need to stain it. You don't need to sand it. And it is absolutely fireproof. So things to consider. So with that, then I take it that Board Member Welsh, you made a condition, which I would assume would replace condition number 3. I assume conditions number 1 and 2 that staff presented still apply. We added a 4th condition, which deals, which is addressing the front entry door system and the transient window. Is that it?
And a 5th condition about the roof plane, reducing that roof plane.
Thank you.
The roof height, right?
The roof height, yes, excuse me, yes.
And then I think there was consensus on the light fixture above the entry. Is that still?
Yes, yeah. I think using the same sconcing as by the garage would be appropriate.
So we have 6 conditions as stated. Do we have a motion?
I so move.
I second.
Thank you.
Board Member Minas,
Aye.
Board Member Chagayan,
Yes.
Board Member Welch,
Yes.
and Chair Simonian.
Yes.
Thank you kindly.
Okay. With that, we're going to move on to the last case, 1136 Green Street. Who will be presenting for staff on that?
I will, Roger Kiesel.
Good evening, Mr. Kiesel.
How are you, Mr. Simonian?
Doing well. Happy New Year to you.
You too.
And we're ready when you are.
All right. Can everybody see my screen? No.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. All right. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The next item, or the last item before you this evening, is case number PDR 2002797. It's a review of a proposal to legalize existing non-permitted features and improvements to the front facade and front yard of an existing single-family house. No additional square footage is proposed as a result of the project, and many features and improvements have been added over time and in existence, in fact, since 2007. The residence is located on the south side of Green Street on a 6,000 square foot lot, which is zoned R1R. The Neighborhood Services Division opened a case against the property in July of 2019, citing unpermitted work at the residence, including stone veneer installation, new pillars, new hand and guardrails, and decorative frames in and around the windows. If the Design Review Board approves these features and improvements, the sort of porch / railing / stairs will need some sort of discretionary approval to maintain these features within the street front setback. In addition, many of these features will require approval of a building permit. There you go. Thank you, Villia. I'm going to run through the slides real quick and then go back to my presentation. This is an aerial view of the neighborhood. The house is right here with the red dot. Green Street is here, Tyler Street here, and South Adams is this diagonal street. This is the site plan. Green Street is here. The house is here. Most of what we're talking about is in this area. Whoops. This is the front of the house. The east side elevation, and then this is just a blow up. This is the west side elevation and a blow up. And then some details of the property, or drawings details. Here's some of the existing material actually on the property now. The stucco with, you can see a little bit of the window frames and sills, the railings, pillars, the treatment of the sort of porch wall, and the decoration on the front doors and windows. And then here, the pictures, the actual pictures of the house are not great because of the foliage, but there are a few. This is kind of the front, one side, and the other side. So let me scroll back, and I'll continue with my presentation. Staff is recommending that this project be returned for redesign. Excuse me. Given that there really is no proposed increase in square footage of the residence, the site plan does not change significantly. However, and I'll scroll to the site plan. However, certain items do, staff feels, need to be addressed. Staff is recommending that the entry stairs be reoriented to the street, which is typical in craftsman homes. And you can sort of see this here. Currently, the stairs are oriented down toward, oh, I'm sorry, I mistakenly. The stairs are oriented down toward the driveway. And the next screen, you can also see that here. staff is recommending that they are oriented toward the street and toward the sidewalk straight up. Additionally, staff is recommending replacement of the pavers in the front yard with a simpler, more monotone pattern and a narrowing of the driveway to allow for some landscaping. And that's best shown on the site plan as well. This is not the exact pattern, and we can look at the pattern, which I believe is fairly well depicted on the photos. But we're recommending narrowing this driveway in this area, as well as simplifying the pattern and landscaping in this area, just to sort of soften the appearance of the house from the street. Staff is also recommending that the applicant submit front yard landscape plans for review and approval, which would eliminate the low walls surrounding the porch and instead install hedges or shrubbery to soften the appearance of the walls. And the walls that we're referring to are these here, and you can also see them in the pictures that I'll go through again. Finally, while the side walkway and driveway gates are consistent with each other, and I'll move forward here, the design of these features really needs to be holistically consistent with the overall design of the project. Staff is recommending that simple solid gate design with a flat top be subbed out for the current gates. These gates should be located a minimum of 18 inches behind the front facade of the residence, and that's a standard thing that staff requests, not totally in line with the facade. With regard to mass and scale, the 1922 residence was built in the Craftsman style and is consistent with the neighborhood development. Included in your packet were some photos of adjacent homes in the immediate neighborhood. However, the features and improvements that the applicant is proposing to legalize are really overscaled and too ornate for the original structure and the surrounding neighborhood. Staff recommends a removal and replacement of these features, which include the balustrades, the pillars, the coins, window replacements, and surrounds and insets, with materials and detailing that is really more consistent with a typical Craftsman style design. Most of the concerns regarding the design and detailing were expressed in the site planning and mass and scale sections of the staff report. So before I conclude with the presentations, let me just go through the slide presentation again. Again, this is the front elevation. The east side elevation, and here you can see the porch projection here. This is not actually the wall that we're referring to. This is a side wall. I'll show you that in the photos. This is the other side elevation. You can actually see the walls in this area. Here are the walls that we're referring to, the curved wall here and here. Eliminate this and plant some hedge or shrubbing material just to soften the overall raised porch a bit. A more close-up of the details. Again, this is the area where we want to install more landscaping. These are the actual materials out there. And here's a photo of the house, and just highlighting the pavement pattern here. So as I mentioned earlier, staff is recommending that the project be returned for redesign with the following conditions. The first one is reorient the entry stairs toward the sidewalk. The second is replace the driveway pavers with a simpler design and a more monotone color. In addition, the width of the driveway shall be reduced to allow for landscaping adjacent to the porch structure. The third condition, replace the driveway and side gates, or side yard gates, I should say, with a solid flat top design that is set back a minimum of about 18 inches from the front facade. The fourth condition, remove planter walls surrounding the existing front porch. Landscape plans shall be submitted that are consistent with the style of the residence and include hedges or shrubbery adjacent to the front porch. The fifth condition, pillars, balustrades, window detailing, coins, etc., are not consistent with the craftsman style and shall be removed and replaced with materials and detailing consistent with this architectural style. The sixth condition, the front entry door shall be replaced with a single door and side lights consistent with the craftsman style. And then finally, windows located on the front and visible sides of the residence shall be made consistent with the craftsman design and the window design guidelines, and provide a window detail on the plans. That concludes my presentation. I will note that we received, I believe, 5 letters of concern regarding this project, and excuse me, you should have received those, I believe, mid to late morning as well as afternoon, but there were 5 of them. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Board Member Chagayan.
Yes, Mr. Kiesel, do you have any record of what the home looked like before all this work was performed? And I mean, in particular, whether the entry and the steps were in fact leading towards the street as opposed to turning the way it is now, or are you just trying to recommend what fits best with a craftsman style home?
We don't have any record of what the house looked like previous to these conditions. I've looked on Google Images, and even back in 2007, many of the improvements that we're now speaking of were in existence. So, you know, I don't have any other means to sort of figure out what the house looked like before these conditions, before these changes occurred.
If I could jump in real quick, the house immediately to the right of this house is almost an identical twin of what this looked like back in the 20s, at least as a craftsman. But the house to the right has been stuccoed at some point, probably looks like quite a while ago. So it's not a purely, you know, craftsman era house anymore. The issue with this property is, even though we know that it was a craftsman from its look, its neighboring twin, and just general form, we don't know what its condition was just prior to the current owner doing the work that they did. So it makes it a little hard to know, what are we bringing this back to, or are we just bringing it to something that is a little less beyond our design guidelines and more compatible with the neighborhood? But the direction of the staff report was knowing that this was a craftsman to kind of go with that. But the board has latitude to think of different ideas also.
Thank you, Jay, for bringing that up.
Mr. Platt, do we have any clear idea of what the current owner has done versus what previous owners had done going back to 2007?
Well, and the current owner I assume is on the line. Looking at the ownership records, they've owned the house prior to 2007 when we see these. Google Street View only goes back that far. So we know that there's some stuff that's been added since, but the balustrades, the overall look of what we see today goes back quite a while and appears to have been done possibly under the current owner's ownership. Roger may have a better sense of that from talking to him.
Yeah, you know, of course,
I
there's
believe, based on our conversations, he was responsible for most of that work.
Well, I assume the owner is present, and we could ask those questions too. So, board members, do we have any more questions for staff at this point in time? Okay.
I know that the applicant is here. I don't know, is Bacho, is the actual homeowner available?
Hello, good evening. My name.
Did you hear me?
The owner is with me. Yes.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
If necessary, he will talk. So first of all,
your name for the record, sir. Your name for the good evening and your name for the
good evening. My name is Vachik, Vachik Madatovian. I'm the architect designer of this project. Okay, project location is 1136 Green Street. Okay, only we are here because owner done it cosmetical changes to the front of the house, especially in a front porch. So which is the changes being done? So it was iron railing. So he changed it to concrete balusters. This is the one change. Second change is the he covered 3.5 feet from the bottom of the house. I mean to the 3 feet with again concrete 1.5 inch thickness kind of material. All these materials are same color. Is painted same color. They have very little difference between stucco color and this new architectural elements being used. The stairs we are talking, it was before similar direction is here right now. I don't know why somebody trying to change from direction from to look to the front. And also if we do that, we have to introduce another concrete area to go all the way to the from the street to the stairs. So the first thing was changing iron railing to concrete balusters. Second is the city inspector says about the columns, which was 4x4 posts. It was not look like next door neighbors, which is like a round post, which is from 1920s. This was changed before current owner changed because that post was damaged. So the before him being changed to 4x4 posts, regular 4x4 posts from the Home Depot. So the owner was trying to make more beautiful, more like columns, and cover it with right now what we see. And the materials, architectural materials, elements being used, all combines together in one singular style. There was no style before. Right now, we have Mediterranean, close to Mediterranean style. If we go the next side of the street and we take like a frame, regular frame, and look from that frame to this house, we're gonna see beautiful picture of the house. It's gonna be like a beautiful picture. Everything goes together, colors, materials, architectural details, everything tastefully done. So why we have to change from something done almost 17 years ago, right now we want to change to something which was done 1921. We all grow up. We all have our test. In time to time, our test is become more revolved to something else. I mean, to show our personality. So current owner, when bought this house, he tried to show his personality, which is, I see this house from the outside. It is north side of the house. It's have personality. You see this house have personality. I would like to show you, today I was driving neighborhood. I saw at least 7 houses, exact same architectural details being used, exact same. This is one of them, which have front of at least 50 feet of same materials, at least 50 feet. And this is like a 3-story house, have same materials, same columns. Only the difference is the color. Here is a white. Our materials are a little bit more soft, not white. Right now, we look this picture. We see this picture took from 200 feet. We see this architectural details from 200 feet. But in our house, if we go 100 feet or less than 100 feet, we are not gonna see these details because the color of these details, it's close to stucco color. So I will show you another house. It's in the same neighborhood, almost 150, 200 feet. This is Adams, in Adams Street. Exact same materials, exact same color, exact same thing, exact same windows, okay? This is, I'm gonna show you what being used in a door. It's an iron, how we gonna say, it's iron guard being used on the front of the door. Exact same thing is being used in here, okay? Why in one house we are not gonna say anything, and in this house we're gonna say we have to change it. This is another house, same concrete balusters being used. Okay, this is another house, same neighborhood, like in 500 feet radius area. Okay, This is another house in same neighborhood, 500 feet area. Okay, this is another in same street. It's in Green Street. It's like a 4 or 5 house up. It's same material being used. So there was no change in a front yard about the.
Mr. Matovokian, your time is up, so if you would please wrap it up in less than 30
I
seconds.
would like to consider this been done 17 years ago, and in my opinion, this is done very tastefully, and I hope you're gonna agree with me and approve this because owner spent I'm gonna say like a $30,000 for these changes. So let's be honest and do something nice in here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matovokian. Board members, do we have questions for the applicant? Okay. Ms. Zimitidis, do we have callers on the line?
We have no callers. I know that there were a number of emails that were forwarded to the board regarding the project, but no callers.
Okay. Since we have no callers, there's typically a rebuttal period for the applicant. However, when there's no rebuttals, when there's no phone calls, there's really no need for a rebuttal. You've already had your comments. Unless board members have any questions for staff or Ms. Board Member Chagayan?
Yeah, sorry. The applicant mentioned that this work was done 17 years ago. I guess I'm just wondering, as a question to staff, are there any like statutes of limitation? No, right? It's just if something were to come up like this, we have to address it, and because the work was done without permits, is my understanding, and it impacts the overall look, and it has to come to the design review board. Okay, thank you.
May I show you one more thing?
No, at this point.
This is the
Sir?
Yeah.
The answer was no. So
Okay.
if you allow us to go through the questions that the board members have, we'd like to keep this moving forward. Board Member Minas, questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, number one, demolishing what's there now, we have to have, or the owners have to have some kind of, say, end result, some kind of facade that we are shooting, with the records not being clear what the original building look like. What are we shooting? We demolished this planter walls, the rent area, and all that, and reconstruct as the staff conditions present. I have difficulty visualizing what are we shooting for. What kind of plan are we implementing? What are we trying? What are our goals to create the appearance of the original building facade, where we don't, from what I understand, we are not clear what it looked like. We know the next door neighbor was kind of duplicate of what this was, but I'm sure not exactly. I looked at the building. Again, I understand quite a bit of work has been done at the front, no addition. And if the appearance of this say, auxiliary improvements. I would say, non-habitable, improvements. Is there possibility that probably the applicant can submit what it is if the board members like what it appears from the curb line, and to go through plan checker and make sure that at least structurally what is there, it's safe, designed safely with standard practice, current code, building code requirements in all respects, structurally and all that. And see, I mean, what it is, what's constructed at least is safe for future use. I mean, again, I know based on my experience, a lot of people do additions, that besides, say, being, say, annoying from the appearance, they're not safe. No structural engineer can pick up, what was done illegally and justify its sustained safe use of it in the future. Those are my thoughts for now until I hear the other board members, their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Minas. It certainly is a good question to bring up as we open this deliberation amongst us board members, in that staff is recommending return for redesign with conditions here, but what are we shooting for? And so perhaps we could allow the rest of the board members to kind of go through their thoughts as well. And then I have a few ideas that we could talk about, but I'd like to, of course, hear the rest. So with that, Board Member Minas, perhaps before addressing it, we let the others speak and see, where we end up at the end. Board Member Chagayan?
Yes. So I will say this is a unique case that I haven't come across yet in my short time here on the board. But the risk of, and this is something, you as the applicant, as the architect know that, and you can explain further to your client as a homeowner, to do any work illegally, you take the risk of having to tear it out. So whether he spent 10,000, 100,000, unfortunately, that's just the reality. And especially here with the city of Glendale and the design guidelines that are set in place, it's a higher risk to take, right? So I am in full agreement, in short, with the staff's recommendations that it returns for redesign. I would like to recommend that the architect and client come back to us with a proposed solution for how they could try to modify what's existing, and bring it more in line with the neighborhood, understanding that you have a particular style and taste in mind, and as you showed us with some of the photographs, that it does exist within the neighborhood. I just think the way it's been executed in context with the surrounding homes is a little bit out of place. So I would strongly suggest you go back and take a look at this. Like I said, it's a unique case. You already have something there. You have to consider maybe the best way to modify what's there. Maybe you can salvage some things, maybe change some colors. You could replace certain aspects and not necessarily scrap everything that's been done. And as Mr. Minas mentioned, if there's structural integrity that needs to be looked at, all of that has to be taken into consideration. the driveway replacement, you know, as opposed to, and maybe that's something that either we propose or I don't know if staff's recommendation was for it to go all the way back to the existing garage, but of course that would be more costly. Maybe we stop it at the gate because it is what's visible from the street, and that's mostly what this board is here to comment on and provide guidance and how we can make it fit better with the neighborhood. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Board Member Chagayan. I have a quick question for staff. And if in a single-family residence home in the city of Glendale, if someone, let's say, has an asphalt driveway and they decide to do permeable pavers, are permits required?
I believe that'd be considered flat work, and flat work doesn't require a permit.
That's what I thought. And so, thank you for that clarification. And those were some of my thoughts that I wanted to elaborate on in a bit. Board Member Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agreed. This is a unique situation, but I think, you know, from a sort of first principle standpoint, we have to really think about this as though nothing has yet happened, that we're looking at this as a new design submission by the applicants, and view it in that context, and, you know, evaluate it on that context. The challenge here, of course, is that we don't know what it was before, so we don't have a before and after situation to compare it against. And that does make it a little bit challenging. You know, staff's recommendation is that, hey, this was, you know, Craftsman, and that's what it should be returned to. Not entirely clear that that's, you know, something we can necessarily make an absolute clear finding on. So I think that there is, you know, some room for you know, consideration. But certainly, I would say, looking at this design as presented here, it is not in keeping with a lot of the elements of the design guidelines, as staff has correctly pointed out. In fact, there may be elements of this that are in direct violation of zoning codes. So I am in favor of returning it for redesign, and I think that's the applicant would be well advised to you know, listen and talk to staff about how they can modulate this. There may be ways to you know, come up with a holistic design here that can retain some elements of this. You know, but from my perspective, it certainly needs a lot of rework. It would not be something that I would approve, even with some fairly significant modifications. But yeah, it's an interesting case. But I think staff is you know, pretty correct in their guidelines, in their recommendations and conditions that they've put forward. So I could be in support of those. So that's it for me for now.
Thank you, Board Member Welsh. And I agree with board members in that this is a unique case. I think since I've been on this board, we've had a handful of these sort of cases that have come forward. And it's always an unpleasant situation because at times people didn't know and they made changes, and at other times people willingly knew and made the changes knowing that they might get caught. When we're looking at this specific situation and we have the Craftsman building next door, I concur with Mr. Platt's thoughts in that this may have been similar because of the roof lines. But a lot of changes have occurred, and it's hard to say whether this Craftsman was significantly modified in the 60s or 70s or the 80s or 90s. all the way to 2007. I concur in that the following changes are a must. I think the windows facing the street should be changed. I believe that these concrete balustrades should be changed. But I'm not entirely convinced that the driveway pattern should be changed. I think, and I'm not entirely convinced that I would say change the style of the house. I think if we were presented with a simple renovation and someone came to us and said, well, my windows are on and I need to exchange my windows and I want to put vinyl windows in the front. My railings are on and I want to replace my railings with a simpler railing system. And, at that point, this board would not make them rechange the entire style of the building. And so I'm not sure that, it's appropriate for us to say, well, change the windows in a craftsman style or change the entry to a craftsman style, because this building has changed significantly from the craftsman style. And so by putting craftsman style windows on this home as is going to look awkward. Then you would have to go a step further and redo the porch and redo the roof lines and the trellis to give it more of a craftsman look for it to look appropriate. And so one of the board members, it's getting late, I don't recall who it was, said, well, let's let the applicant come back with suggestions, renderings, and a facade as to what they have in mind. I think that would be a good solution. I think a return for redesign would be a good solution. But I don't entirely agree in, condition number 2 or condition number 6 or condition number 7. Condition number 2, I don't think that, I would include the driveway. If someone would come in and wanted to replace their driveway with permeable pavers, the city would not send them to the DRB for that reason. And number 6 and 7, I think whatever style they choose should be meaningfully executed. And so if they're keeping the current style, then those windows should match the current style. However, the railings need to come out. The finish that was applied to the entry stairways need to come out, perhaps use the similar stone as used in the planter along the street. Continue that stone and then come with a suggestion of a more simplified railing system and a more simplified front door and window would be, I think, a good solution from my point of view. So those are my comments. Board Member Walsh.
I tend to agree with you on the number 2. The driveway pavers are not necessarily something that we would by itself really judge on. But I think that again, as you indicated, it should be whatever they're doing should be a holistic design. And I'm kind of with you on the craftsman thing as well. I think I called that out as well. Maybe it was a craftsman, but we don't know that. We don't have the benefits of what it was before. But that doesn't mean we should reward the applicant for that because we didn't know. But nevertheless, I think to put craftsman in the conditions here, I think the conditions could be done without and left as they are, but without such a specific reference to craftsman, because it could be done in, as you said, some other way, but the design needs to be, holistic and well thought out and properly reflect the design guidelines, which this does not currently do. So I think that's a return for redesign is still appropriate. We don't necessarily need to prescribe craftsman design. I think that we need to just describe, ask them to come up with a design that is, in and of itself, a well thought out design that meets the design guidelines.
Agreed. Perhaps the word craftsman could be replaced in condition number 6 and 7 with proposed design. And so whatever the style that's being proposed, the windows and front entry and the railings should be consistent with that proposed style. Okay.
With the caveat that the proposed style needs to be quite different from the current style, right? And I'm thinking specifically of all the ironwork over the windows and the doors. I even wonder if that ironwork is removed, maybe those windows are not so bad. I don't know how they're attached. We'll probably have to go out and visit and see if, you know, how we can make this work. But does that make sense? We don't want to have the ornate quality of the current style, but the idea that maybe there's some more classical looking features rather than craftsman looking features, if it's done consistently, the board would be okay with that?
Just for a little bit of clarification, I believe the iron around the windows was a late feature added, relatively late feature. I think the actual windows that are underneath, which are difficult to see, they would need to be replaced based on the 2007 picture, which includes internal grids. So,
I see.
I believe the pattern of window may not need to change. It's a pattern consistent with Craftsman style, but I think the actual windows would need to be, simply because unless they've been changed since 2007 to a more conforming style, they have interior grids. The second thing I wanted to see, I saw that the applicant had raised his hand during the discussion, and certainly it's at your discretion, Chair Simonian, but he may want to speak again.
Sure, Mr. Matavokian, do you think you could share some thoughts within 1 minute?
Yes. So about the stair, this is approved from city. I hope you see the stairs not on the front, on the side. This is from Glendale City. Okay? So how come staff telling me to change, which was previously on the front?
I think we'll be able to keep the stair configuration if I'm hearing the board correctly, and that's not
Okay,
much of an issue as some of the.
If the city telling me to change the stairs to the front, and they are wrong about that, so how come they are not wrong about the other small things which they telling me to change it? That's my point.
Well, that's why you're here this evening.
The stairs was on the front. It's not on the front. It's this project from the Glendale City. From Glendale City, I took out this project. Was made 1960s or 70s. So how come they not look this through?
Sir, we may be able to approve stairs from the side that don't necessarily go up to the front, but we can't approve stairs that don't meet the zoning code. So we're going to have to check the zoning code, see what's allowed, and then we'll work with you to develop a stairway. And if the current stairs meet the zoning code, great, we'll just revise the look and design of them. But
structurally, nothing was changed. 100%.
Okay, so Mr. Matavokian,
thank you very much.
I allowed the 1 minute, and it was a meaningful minute. Thank you for sharing with that. I think the whole reason why you're here this evening is that there's enough complexity with this case where staff is taking you to design review board and they're saying, hey, design review board, help us out, give us direction, and let us come up with a solution here. And that's what we're doing this evening. I think there is some consensus here amongst our board in that we don't feel as though there seems to be enough consensus that we're not forcing the craftsman style onto this home, number one. Number two, there is consensus that the driveway should not be replaced because it's really not a permit matter. You brought forward the idea that the stairs were approved at some point from the side angled access. I'm sure staff is going to review that. And if that's what was approved at some point, and as already Mr. Plant has indicated, that could be another condition that is also deleted from this evening's case. I think what is noted here, as Mr. Platt was mentioning, is that if the stairs or the balusters are, if their height, their setback, if they're not per code, then that design needs to change, which would mean its layout. And number two is the look. Now you could simplify those railings. You could simplify and get rid of the ornamental ironwork for the windows and the front door. And you bring back a design, an idea, a proposal that's holistically taking into consideration the windows, front doors, and the railings. That is what is so far being discussed. We haven't voted on it, but that's what's being discussed. Now, there were some comments made, and what if the railings come out? Let's see what those windows look like behind. Those are all things that you should consider as you are putting forth your proposed idea of how to fix this problem. So with that, I'm going to close the public portion again. And I think we were on our way for some direction here. And board member Minas, you had brought some points up forward in the front, in the beginning, I should say, about the direction and what we're doing. And so I'm open for some motion based on our discussion, and let's try to wrap this up. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, if no one else has anything more to add, I'll go ahead and make a motion to return the project for redesign with condition number 2 removed. Condition number 2 as provided by staff. And with reference to craftsman style removed from the conditions, but replaced with a new design that is appropriate for the scale of the home, the neighborhood, and is a holistic design.
Great. And I'd like to get some feedback, if I may, from the board regarding conditions number 1 and 4. Number 1, as far as the stairs, personally, I didn't feel strongly about the stairs being relocated. There's been some evidence that's been presented by the applicant. Is the board in favor of keeping condition number 1 or removing it? Which is direct reorient the entry stairs towards the sidewalk. Condition number 1. Board member Minas.
Again, considering that if you divert that entry towards the street, you're further encroaching into the front setback. It'll require certain, of course, structures, of course, gradual stairs. I will be okay to maintain the staircase towards the driveway. I don't have any problem because I know that refiguring the staircase towards the street, if the project what's constructed is already encroaching into the front setback against the zoning code, it's going to be further encroachment into the front setback, and it probably would be beneficial for this project to just maintain the direction of the staircase, sidewalk. I'm sorry, and stairs towards the driveway.
I concur with you. In fact, 2 doors down, they have stairs going to the side as well. And I think we are better off prescribing less changes. And so if there's consensus on that, we could see if condition number 1 could be removed. In regards to number 4, remove planter wall surrounding the existing raised porch. When I'm looking at the front facade, there is a stone material, not the horizontal rectilinear stone veneer, but the planter material itself, which is more of a stone material, natural stone material. I personally think that's working because there's a planter created behind it. It eliminates the mass of the porch. And in fact, I would say continue the use of that stone by replacing the rectilinear veneer with that stone, which matches the driveway, which in itself is less of a Mediterranean feel, and keep that planter on the front. So I would vote to replace 1, 2, and 4, and replace the word craftsman from condition number 5, 6, and 7.
Are we making a motion right now?
I think it's just cleaning up 30 minutes of discussion in some direction for Mr. Platt to try to piece together later.
The only thing I'll say on the entry stairs is that I think that they are potentially encroaching into the setback with the extension of the porch, which is necessary because of that side entry. So the stairs could be approached, to the side, but the landing portion of that, if it's encroaching in the setback, I think that that's a problem. So I think I'm okay with removing it. It's just that the potential of it still being an encroachment issue is there. But I guess that is, for staff to work out and basically clarify with the applicant whether that's an encroachment or not.
So perhaps condition number 1 would be reinstated to state, if the existing stair layout is deemed to be inconsistent with zoning code, then applicant shall work with staff to bring the stairs to code. Zoning code.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Luckily, our code's very clear on stairs and things like that at the front of a house regarding front setbacks, so we should be able to work that out pretty easily.
Okay. And if the applicant does have that approved set of building plans, those may have been approved prior to zoning code amendments to front setback stair location. So I urge staff to kind of look at that holistically in this case as well. Okay. So do we have some sort of official motion?
So yeah, so let me rephrase the motion then. So with the adjustment that we just made to condition number 1, removing condition 2, removing condition 4, and as I had stated before, removing the specific reference to craftsman style, but towards a more consistent holistic design style, that I would move the motion to return for redesign.
Do we have a second?
Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, Jay, are you clear with the conditions, or would you all like us to read them back to you?
I think I'm okay. But
Yeah,
I'm happy to
are all the
read.
board members clear? Okay, great. So this will be a roll call. This project was returned for redesign with, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 conditions that were modified through our discussion. This will be a roll call. Mr. Welsh,
Yes.
Mr. Minas,
Yes.
Ms. Chagayan,
Yes.
and Chair Simonian.
Yes.
Okay, great. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more items to be discussed this evening? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn.
Good night.
I
All
second.
in favor? 9:30.
Thank you.
Night.
Thank you.
Thank you.